Chapter 137. Bang! In the sky, after the two rays of light, one ice and one fire, collided with a loud bang, they instantly separated. As the light scattered, two figures appeared from within the light. They were Xiao Yan and Fang Sun. At this moment, Xiao Yan's clothes were slightly damaged. His originally soaring aura had also become somewhat sluggish. However, even though this was the case, it was still unable to conceal the soaring battle intent within his eyes. Fang Sun was truly worthy of being a 7-star half-martial emperor. With Xiao Yan's current strength, if he did not use any tricks and fought head-on with Fang Sun, honestly speaking, Xiao Yan would not be a match for Fang Sun. In half a day's time, Xiao Yan and Fang Sun had exchanged countless blows. However, ever since the first attack, Fang Sun could be said to have become increasingly fierce. Every single attack and style of his completely suppressed Xiao Yan. If it was not for Xiao Yan having the protection of the heavenly flame and the mortal class agility dose skill like the sky absolute steps, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already been defeated by Fang Sun's fierce attacks. At this moment, although Xiao Yan was unwilling to accept this, he had no choice but to admit that a 7-star half-martial emperor was truly extraordinary. Such strength was definitely not something that someone like Li Gan could compare with. However, at the same time that Xiao Yan felt pressured in his heart, Fang Sun's heart was even more shocked than him. With the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, Fang Sun was actually able to forcefully fight against a 7-star half-martial emperor like him for so long without being defeated. If such a battle achievement was to be placed anywhere, it was likely that no one would believe it. One must know that as a 7-star half-martial emperor, Fang Sun had already surpassed the limit of a 6-star half-martial emperor. He could truly be considered a high-level half-martial emperor. With such strength, even those high-level half-martial emperor magical beasts would not be willing to easily provoke him. However, the Xiao Yan in front of them was actually so capable. How could they not be shocked from the bottom of their hearts? Although Fang Sun had been in a state where he was suppressing Xiao Yan in the earlier exchange, his heart was clearer than anyone else that he had not gained the slightest advantage even though he had been suppressing Xiao Yan. The sharpness of Xiao Yan's agility was such that if Xiao Yan was allowed to increase his strength by another star, it was likely that the one being suppressed would be someone else. Moreover, the heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body had an extremely strong suppressive effect on his icy do qi. No matter how many times he attacked, each time he was about to hurt Xiao Yan, he would be forced to withdraw because of the frightening, heavenly flame. This was also the reason why Fang Sun was most afraid of Xiao Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yan had the heavenly flame protecting his body, even if his movement technique was not slow, Fang Sun was confident that he would be able to take him down. Unfortunately, if he knew that Xiao Yan had not fully unleashed his movement technique, how would he feel? Fang Sun's icy blue eyes stared at Xiao Yan. His eyes narrowed slightly, then he cupped his hands at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Sir Yan Xiao is truly an astonishing genius. No wonder even that old bastard Li Gan was unable to gain the slightest advantage from you." Li Gan's defeat was not unjust. Xiao Yan smiled noncommittally when he heard that. He also cupped his hands at Fang Sun and said with a smile, "Sir Yan Xiao is also not bad. Sire Fang Sun is also quite extraordinary. Your strength of a 7-star half-martial emperor truly causes one to not dare to look down upon you in the slightest. Ha, since this old man is unable to defeat you with a thunderous method, then please forgive this old man for being unfair." Before his voice sounded, Fang Sun's gaze turned to Wang Ji, who had been observing the battle from afar. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Brother Wang Ji, after watching for so long, you should also know about Sir Yan Xiao's ability. It is truly difficult for this old man to defeat him. Let's attack together and quickly end this battle so that we can report back." After hearing Fang Sun's words, the somewhat stiff face of Wang Ji, who had a scar on his face, was slightly moved. He had also seen the battle between the two of them earlier. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked at Xiao Yan's true strength. However, he did not expect that in the end, this Fang Sun would actually ask him to attack. Wang Ji's furious eyes also instantly looked at Xiao Yan. Surging flames surged within his eyes, turning into a furious lion that opened its bloody mouth at Xiao Yan. Your heavenly flame is very strong. However, my heavenly flame is not afraid of you. At this moment, Xiao Yan also knew that if the two of them were to truly attack, it would likely not be a simple competition like before. Instead, it would be a true battle. Either Xiao Yan died, or the two of them were exterminated. There was only one choice. After hearing the words from Wang Ji's mouth, Xiao Yan once again smiled and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. I have never lost to anyone when playing with fire. Today, I'll have a good fight with you, a 7-star half-emperor." After Xiao Yan's voice sounded, a frightening heavenly flame suddenly spurted out from all the pores on Xiao Yan's body, instantly turning Xiao Yan into a gorgeous flaming person. At the same time, a heat wave that soared to the sky swiftly spread around Xiao Yan's body. The cold icy aura that surrounded Xiao Yan's body once again shrank. The expression in Fang Sun's eyes once again changed at this moment. The gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yan was filled with even more shock. This Yan Xiao was actually hiding his strength. However, Wang Qi did not seem to feel any of this. His strong lion-like body suddenly jerked, and an extremely hot and domineering flame instantly gushed out and wrapped around his entire body. The surging flame also condensed into a ferocious and domineering lion head on his face, which looked extremely mighty. Seeing this scene, a thought passed through Fang Sun's mind. The dou qi within his body was swiftly raised. The surrounding hot air was once again replaced by a frightening cold icy aura. Domain fully open, extreme cold domain. Domain fully open, lion flame domain. Two stern cries were suddenly emitted from Fang Sun and Wang Ji's mouths. At the same time, a light flashed under their feet and swiftly spread over the entire sky. Xiao Yan was coincidentally enveloped by the domain. When the two domains collided, Xiao Yan discovered that the strength within the ice and fire domains were actually merging together in an extremely strange manner. It was just like the bone-chilling flame. Although its strength was far inferior, the strength of this new domain that was formed from the merger of the two domains was even greater than the original. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw this. These two people were really capable. They were actually able to merge two completely different domains together. They were indeed worthy of being of the same origin. However, Xiao Yan immediately laughed softly in his heart. His eyes revealed a strange expression as he looked at the merged domain that had pulled him in. His lips parted slightly and he slowly spat out a sentence. Flame domain, open. As his voice sounded, a frightening, heavenly flame wave suddenly spread out like lightning with Xiao Yan at the center. The cold ice domain and the lion flame domain were completely submerged within a short instant. The only thing left in the sky was the frightening, heavenly flame that was fiercely burning. At this moment, Fang Sun and Wang Ji's eyebrows were tightly knit together. They did not expect that Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was actually so powerful. It was actually able to completely disregard their merged domain. From the looks of it, it was impossible to use the domain to suppress Xiao Yan. Fang Sun and Wang Ji exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Their bodies flashed and they charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. Ha! Extreme cold ice soul. Suddenly, Fang Sun's mouth emitted an explosive cry. He clenched his right hand and the cold ice dou qi in his body swiftly agglomerated. In merely a couple of breaths' time, it agglomerated and transformed into a cold ice dragon head that forcefully wrapped around his tightly clenched hand. At the same time, Wang Ji on the other side also suddenly emitted an explosive roar that soared to the sky. The lifelike raging lion on his face also suddenly rushed out at this moment. It transformed into a complete lion's head that furiously charged toward Xiao Yan. However, Wang Ji's left fist suddenly struck out and violently inserted into the lion's head. After which, his feet abruptly stepped on empty air and once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. In an instant, Fang Sun and Wang Ji swiftly approached each other. Immediately, the dragon and lion were violently smashed together by the two of them. Ice Crystal Flame Lion Beast. In the next instant, a beast roar that was neither a dragon nor a lion was instantly emitted from between the two of them. It caused the entire place to shake. The space around the two of them instantly collapsed under this wild and violent beast roar. An enormous magical beast with an extremely strange appearance slowly stepped out from the empty space above the two of them. This magical beast's body was extremely large. Just by looking at it, it was likely that nearly half of Xiao Yan's flame domain was covered by its body. Its body was also similar to the merged domain of Fang Sun and Wang Ji. An extremely cold temperature was mixed within the heat. Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar sounded. After Fang Sun and Wang Ji gave the order in their hearts at the same time, the enormous beast carried an aura that could prop up the sky as it violently charged toward Xiao Yan. The empty space collapsed wherever it passed. There was cold ice and magma under its feet. At a glance, it appeared just like a giant god with an extraordinary aura. A magical beast was able to perfectly merge extreme heat and extreme cold, these two elements that naturally countered each other. Even from Xiao Yan's point of view, he felt that it was mysterious. This world was really filled with all sorts of strange things. Of course, this enormous beast might be strong, but from the current Xiao Yan's point of view, it was even easier to deal with. If Fang Sun and Wang Ji were to deal with Xiao Yan separately, they might be able to cause him to feel some pressure. However, at this moment, the two of them had repeatedly used this kind of combined Do skill. Ice and fire merged. Thus, to Xiao Yan, they no longer posed the slightest threat. Although he saw the ice crystal flame lion charging toward him, Xiao Yan did not seem to have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, his face was indifferent as he looked at the ice crystal flame lion. It was as though the other party did not possess the slightest ability to harm him. This also seemed to have angered the ice crystal flame lion. Its originally monstrous aura soared to the 9 heavens under Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze. It let out a king-like roar to the sky, causing all the magical beasts within a 10,000-kilometer radius to instantly prostrate on the ground. Their bodies became weak, and they were unable to even tremble in fear. From this, one could see just how frightening the might of this ice crystal flame lion was. In an instant, the ice crystal flame lion had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xiao Yan. If he were to be swallowed by it, it was likely that even the current Xiao Yan would not be able to avoid being seriously injured. Just as the ice crystal flame lion's large mouth had already covered Xiao Yan's head in darkness, a cluster of dense white flames suddenly ignited on Xiao Yan's body. At the same time that the dense white flames ignited, the enormous mountain-like body of the ice crystal flame lion suddenly froze on the spot. Immediately, Fang Sun and Wang Ji's faces were shocked as they saw a thin layer of ice swiftly spread from the ice crystal flame lion's mouth until it wrapped around its entire body. The ice crystal flame lion, which was still extremely mighty a moment ago, had completely turned into an ice sculpture at this moment. At this moment, Fang Sun and Wang Ji were instantly petrified. It is not well written. Perhaps it is a little watery. If there are any complaints, please feel free to do so. If there are any comments, time will read them. If there are none, time can only feel helpless. Chapter 138. Xiao Yan's group and an enormous, ice sculpture stood in the sky 100,000 feet in the sky. At this moment, the eyes of the Fang Sun duo were staring intently at the young man opposite them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. No matter how they thought about it, they were unable to imagine how the ice crystal flame lion that the two of them had created together could be so easily frozen by Xiao Yan. Moreover, under the probing of the Fang Sun duo, there was no longer the slightest energy ripple within the ice sculpture. Even the thread of connection between the two of them had been completely severed when the ice crystal flame lion was completely frozen. At this moment, the ice crystal flaming lion had completely turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he observed the ice sculpture in front of him. A cold glint flickered within his eyes. This ice crystal flame lion was extremely overbearing. If it was not because Xiao Yan had Gu Yu's bone-chilling flame, it was likely that it would have been difficult to say what would have happened. It was also because of this that the Fang Sun duo had truly aroused Xiao Yan's killing intent at this moment. The Fang Sun duo would definitely die in this battle. The dense white flame on his body slowly disappeared. Xiao Yan slowly lifted his right hand. After which, he faced the ice sculpture of the ice crystal flame lion and suddenly clenched it tightly. Crack! A clear sound appeared. The enormous mountain-like ice crystal flame lion was instantly shattered into ice fragments that permeated the sky under Xiao Yan's hand. Soon after, it was turned into nothingness under Xiao Yan's frightening flame domain. At this moment, the combined dose skill of the Fang Sun duo, the ice crystal flame lion, had been completely destroyed by Xiao Yan. The target of the attack, Xiao Yan, was completely unharmed. Xiao Yan had obtained a complete victory in this collision. Haha, there is no need for the two of you to continue using this kind of combined dose skill. With the strength of the two of you, you might have the chance to injure me. However, if the two of you insist on doing so, it will be useless regardless of how many there are. After the ice sculpture shattered, Xiao Yan turned around and smiled faintly at the Fang Sun duo. At this moment, Fang Sun and Wang Qi finally came to a realization. Moreover, from the way Wang Qi looked at Xiao Yan, he seemed to have understood something. Wang Qi and Fang Sun exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, they turned their eyes to Xiao Yan. Their usually expressionless faces finally revealed a grave expression at this moment. Just now, the thing on your body was the bone-chilling flame, right? Only that kind of terrifying thing can casually end our ice crystal flame lion. In response to Wang Qi's words, Xiao Yan merely smiled and declined to comment. Since he dared to reveal his identity, he was not afraid that these two would recognize him. Because even if they did not recognize him, he would still kill them here and now. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not deny it, Wang Qi knew the answer in his heart. His originally solemn expression became even more solemn at this moment. A heavenly flame was a terrifying thing regardless of who it was in the Yuanwu continent. After all, everyone knew that all the heavenly flames in the world had already transformed into spirits. Their strength had also reached an indescribably terrifying level. At that level, they were already the true peak existences in the continent. In this world, the members of the younger generation who could be chosen by them were all dragons amongst men. Even the ancestors of some of the true large factions would have to treat them well when they saw them. Although they did not see Xiao Yan's heavenly flame spirit at this moment, just the name of this bone-chilling flame was sufficient to cause the expressions of the two of them to change. Fang Sun's expression also instantly became solemn after hearing the words bone-chilling flame. "Mod, that fool. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke this kind of person who is blessed by the heavens." Wang Qi also understood the thoughts in Fang Sun's heart. Immediately, he coldly snorted and spoke in a low voice. "It's useless to say anything now. Instead of complaining about this and that, let's borrow our strength to forcefully kill him here. Otherwise, even the both of us will have difficulty protecting ourselves." Fang Sun finally recovered when he heard Wang Qi's words. Immediately, he violently nodded and ceased saying anything else. His body suddenly shook as the aura all over his body was raised to its peak condition. After which, he gently nodded to Wang Qi. His body flashed as he charged toward Xiao Yan. As he charged forward, Fang Sun's large hand grasped the air. Soon after, the storage ring on his finger flashed and an icy broadsword appeared in Fang Sun's hand. The blade trembled, and an icy aura spread out. It also added a chill to the blade, causing people to tremble uncontrollably when they looked at it. The instant the broadsword shook, Fang Sun's charging speed also instantly rose to an extremely terrifying level. In less than an instant, the distance between Fang Sun and Xiao Yan was only a short 100 meters. At this moment, the broadsword in Fang Sun's hand was suddenly raised high above his head. This broadsword, which was originally 1,000-year-old ice, was like another bright sun hanging above Fang Sun's head under the light of the scorching sun. The dazzling light caused even Xiao Yan to involuntarily squint his eyes. Ice ceiling slash. Ice breaking 10,000 miles, slash. A furious roar rose to the sky. Although Fang Sun's body continued to charge forward, the sharp blade glow ruthlessly smashed towards Xiao Yan at an even faster speed. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the blade glow as the expression on his face became increasingly cold. He clenched his hand in the air and a heavenly flame instantly surged out from his palm. In less than an instant, a huge, heavenly flame ruler was swiftly formed. The huge ruler was placed beside Xiao Yan as a terrifying, heavenly flame once again ignited on his body. At the same time, the strength within the huge, heavenly flame ruler also soared rapidly. Go! Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. The enormous ruler in his hand was suddenly swung out in the next instant. An incomparably brilliant fire glow instantly shot out from the enormous ruler and violently collided with Fang Sun's blade glow. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly spread from between Fang Sun and Xiao Yan. An extremely frightening Do-Chi storm instantly swept in all directions. In an instant, the empty space within a 50-kilometer radius had completely transformed into an endless void. At the center of the explosion, a spatial storm that caused the hearts of the three people present to palpitate was emitted from it. One was ice and one was fire. The two were originally clashing with each other. At this moment, when these two powerful elements erupted, this kind of might was truly frightening. In the sky, before the frightening energy storm had completely disappeared, Wang Qi's figure quietly appeared on the right side of Xiao Yan's body. His originally large fists had completely transformed into a pair of beast claws at this moment. A fist violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. If this attack were to hit, it was likely that even with Xiao Yan's strength, he would definitely end up dying on the spot. This attack of Wang Qi could be said to be ruthless. At this moment, it seemed that he had taken advantage of the other party's unpreparedness. Flame Lion Break. Suddenly, a lion-like roar was emitted from Wang Qi's mouth. The fist, which tore through the void, had already approached Xiao Yan's face. The sharp wind from the fist caused waves of tearing pain to be emitted from the skin on Xiao Yan's face. Some fresh blood faintly seeped out from it. Bang! A punch was thrown and a strong figure was instantly sent flying. There was an enormous fist imprint on his chest that was just like a deep pit. Fresh blood was mixed with fragments of his internal organs as they spat out from his mouth, dyeing a large portion of his clothes red. Immediately, his body was like a falling star as it violently smashed into the mountain range below. Launching a sneak attack is not a good habit. In the sky, Xiao Yan's incomparably large left arm slowly returned to its original size. However, it was once again covered by a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. His large hand had transformed into a dragon claw at this moment, appearing somewhat terrifying. The figure that was previously sent flying was actually Wang Qi. The Dragon Phoenix ancient armor coupled with the King Kong glass body. With Xiao Yan's terrifying strength, even Wang Qi, who was a 7-star half-emperor, would find it difficult to withstand this punch. Furthermore, in the previous situation, Xiao Yan was practically unable to dodge. Even if he reacted, there was no doubt that he would be dead. Naturally, Wang Qi's defensive line in his heart was lowered. At that moment, it was the best time for Xiao Yan to attack. Swoosh! A figure that seemed to be battered and exhausted flashed out from the mountain stream with a dignified look in his eyes. Ever since Wang Qi's debut, his physical body was considered one of his greatest weapons. When he fought with others, he did not use any weapons. Instead, he relied solely on his rock-like physical body that he had cultivated. With the strength of his physical body, experts of the same level as him did not dare to be careless when facing him. However, he did not expect that the physical strength that he was so proud of would be so weak in front of Xiao Yan today. When Xiao Yan saw Wang Qi's unwilling expression, he sighed in his heart and shook his head gently. He was too lazy to explain anything to Wang Qi. With the Dragon Phoenix blood and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, the current Xiao Yan was comparable to an ordinary ancient void dragon. Naturally, there was no need to say much about the strength of his physical body. In this world where strength was respected, it was likely that no one would dare to claim to be first in terms of the physical body of an ancient void dragon. Wang Qi was really seeking his own humiliation by competing with Xiao Yan in terms of physical body. However, at the moment when Xiao Yan looked to Wang Qi, Fang Sun's figure suddenly appeared behind him for some unknown reason. The broad blade in his hand slashed down at Xiao Yan. "Sigh, is this all that the two of you know? A combination Do skill. If you can't defeat me, then you're going to use a sneak attack. No matter what, you're a 7-star half-martial emperor. Be more direct." Before he finished saying those words, Xiao Yan's right arm instantly turned into a dragon's arm. The heavenly flame ruler in his dragon claw was also instantly slashed forth to meet the broad blade of ice. Snap! A crisp sound was heard. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed greatly. The crisp sound came from the heavenly flame ruler in his hand. When Wang Qi saw this scene, he involuntarily revealed a cold smile on his face. He looked to Xiao Yan's heavenly flame ruler that was about to shatter and sneered. "Naive. Did you really think that the two of us would use such a method to fight against you? Aren't you looking down on this slash of his too much? This blade of Fang Sun's is made of 1,000-year mysterious ice. There is also a lot of 1,000-year mysterious ice soul mixed within it. The first slash, Ice Seal Break, is merely a cover. The second slash, Ice Soul Slash, is its true strength. Although your heavenly flame is extraordinary, you are looking down on others too much if you think that you can so easily receive this slash." In the next instant, before Wang Qi could finish speaking, the heavenly flame ruler in Xiao Yan's hand suddenly exploded. Furthermore, the surroundings of Xiao Yan's body was replaced by extremely cold ice. Even the flame domain had difficulty melting it. Soon after, a metallic sound stealthily sounded out. Xiao Yan's body instantly retreated. His dragon arm was currently covered by a layer of ice. Faintly, one could see a blade scar under the ice. However, due to the ice, even his blood had been completely frozen. If it were not for the heavenly flame protecting Xiao Yan's body, it was likely that his arm would not be the only thing frozen. However, the current Xiao Yan did not have the opportunity to remove the ice on his dragon arm. Regardless of how cold it was, with the heavenly flame, it was difficult for it to harm his body. At that moment, Fang Sun's originally clear eyes were completely filled with fiery light. Even so, the only thing Fang Sun felt from Fang Sun's body was an endless amount of sinister coldness. His previous slash seemed to have completely infuriated Xiao Yan. "I'll give you a word of advice. If the ruler is destroyed, the person will die." Chapter 139. Ruler destroyed. Death. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when both of his eyes were replaced by an icy cold aura. His body, which had just pulled back, flashed. At the same time, the space behind Fang Sun once again collapsed. An enormous golden giant appeared behind Fang Sun. The purplish gold dragon scales shone brightly under the cover of the golden light. A huge dragon claw viciously swept towards Fang Sun's back with a force that could tear through space. In Xiao Yan's heart, the heavy Xian ruler had already become one of his taboos. Although the heavenly flame ruler was formed from heavenly flame, it also played the role of the heavy Xian ruler. Now that his weapon had been destroyed for the second time, Xiao Yan was naturally furious. When Xiao Yan's huge figure appeared behind Fang Sun instantly reacted. When he saw Xiao Yan's strange figure, Fang Sun was stunned for a moment. However, his figure quickly retreated, and the broadsword in his hand swung violently in front of him. Then, he viciously hacked at Xiao Yan's dragon claw. Clang! With a clang, intense sparks shot out from the point of collision. Xiao Yan's dragon claw was blocked by the broadsword for an instant. However, after an instant, the broadsword in Fang Sun's hand was pressed down by Xiao Yan's claw. At the same time, the other dragon claw viciously grabbed at Fang Sun's head. The sharp dragon claw was filled with a powerful aura that could tear through space, and it rapidly magnified in Fang Sun's eyes. At this crucial moment, Fang Sun could no longer care about the broadsword in his hand. Instead, he forcefully slapped the broadsword's hilt. Sparks flew, and purplish gold dragon scales fell from Xiao Yan's dragon claw along with some blood. However, Xiao Yan did not care about this. He grabbed the broadsword in his hand and forcefully flung it behind him. The broadsword rapidly shot towards the endless mountain range. The other dragon claw arrived above Fang Sun's head. With a swipe, Fang Sun would definitely die. Ha! Flame lion break. Suddenly, Wang Qi's wild beast-like roar once again broke through the air. A huge fireball, which was like a meteor, also violently charged towards the dragon claw above Fang Sun's head. In an instant, the two had already violently collided. Bang! Although Xiao Yan was unharmed by this heavy blow, he could not help but take a big step back. The space behind him also collapsed. Fang Sun, quick, use that move of yours and finish him off. Otherwise, both of us will fall here today. While Xiao Yan was being forced back, Wang Ji's face was solemn as he loudly cried out to Fang Sun. Fang Sun knew what Wang Ji was talking about in his heart when he heard Wang Ji's words. He immediately nodded heavily. His foot suddenly stepped through the air, and his body flashed. He appeared above Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, all the dou qi within the vortex in his body swiftly agglomerated toward his palms. An extremely cold ice bead was also swiftly formed. Ah! Extreme cold ice soul, form for me. Suddenly, Fang Sun emitted an earth-shaking roar from his mouth. The speed at which the dou qi in his body flowed out became even faster. Xiao Yan had just stabilized his body and had yet to completely recover when Fang Sun, who was above his head, suddenly swung his palm violently toward Xiao Yan's head. A fist-sized ice bead carried a frightening aura that could freeze the world as it violently shot toward Xiao Yan's head. Ha! Explode! Extreme cold ice soul, freeze the world and bury all life. Seal for me. Bang! A cold cry had just sounded when the ice bead, which had yet to touch Xiao Yan's head, instantly broke. An extremely overbearing freezing strength swiftly spread. Xiao Yan's enormous body was completely frozen in less than a breath's time. Even though this was the case, Fang Sun and Wang Ji did not dare to relax even a little. Their bodies rose into the air and formed a triangle with Xiao Yan in the middle. Both of their hands swiftly formed seals. Numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed by the two of them, causing those watching to feel dazzled. Sky's limit, mysterious ice seal. Ice soul, mysterious kill. Sky's limit, mysterious flame seal. Lion heart, mysterious kill. At a certain moment, the movements of the two palms finally came to a slow stop. Their mouths softly cried out at the same time when the seals were formed. At this moment, although the aura of the palms of these two people could be said to be heaven-defying, it was likely that they were not so relaxed from the looks of their expressions. Of course, compared to Fang Sun, Wang Ji's exhaustion was much less. At this moment, he appeared to be in a slightly better state. When one looked at Xiao Yan, who had already been completely frozen, there was still not the slightest movement at this moment. It was as though he had really been completely frozen. After Fang Sun and Wang Ji finished forming the seals in their palms, a wave of intense cold wind immediately blew in this place. The endless mountain forest below had already turned into a hellish hell without the slightest life. Mr. Yan Xiao, the two dou skills in the hands of the two of us are Tian class high-level dou skills. After so many years of continuous tempering by the two of us, even a man-class dou skill would be able to contend with them with our cooperation. If you are able to withstand them today, the two of us will naturally leave and not make things difficult for you. As for whether you are able to withstand them, everything will depend on your luck. Wang Ji's voice slowly sounded. The moment his voice sounded, he exchanged glances with Fang Sun and nodded in unison. Their mouths once again emitted an explosive cry that shot to the sky. The seals in their hands suddenly smashed toward Xiao Yan in the next instant. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, even the heartbeats of Fang Sun and Wang Ji suddenly paused. Both of their eyes stared intently at the two Douqi light seals that were smashing toward Xiaoyan. Their hearts were extremely anxious. As long as those two seals smashed onto Xiaoyan's body, the battle today would be declared over. The two of them would finally be able to relax. Although they had killed an exceptional genius, this had also helped the two of them eliminate an even stronger enemy in the future. 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, the ice broke. At this moment, the two light seals were merely an inch away from Xiaoyan's body. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion instantly spread, causing the entire place to tremble. Immediately, an extremely frightening Douqi storm swept out. Fang Sun and Wang Qi involuntarily narrowed their eyes as they looked at the center of the storm. Crack! A clear sound appeared. Fang Sun and Wang Qi involuntarily frowned. There was a bad feeling in their hearts. The two of them exchanged glances with each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, before the two of them could do anything, a 1,000-foot-wide dark black Douqi light pillar instantly tore through the empty space at the center of the Douqi storm. Before Fang Sun could turn his gaze around, it had already violently smashed into his body. There was not the slightest sound. Fang Sun's body merely endured for a couple of breaths before it was instantly penetrated by the black light pillar. That light pillar only slowly scattered when it reached the edge of the empty space, leaving behind a horrified Wang Ji. At this moment, Fang Sun, a 7-star half-emperor, was dead. Chapter 140. Fang Sun, dead. Wang Qi's face was ashen as he watched the dark black light pillar disappear. He could still sense some of Fang Sun's aura at that spot. It was as though the latter was still present in this world. Unfortunately, even that thread of aura was slowly dispersing, announcing the news that Fang Sun was already dead. I have said that if the ruler is destroyed, the person will die. Xiaoyan's faint voice was transmitted from behind Wang Qi. When Wang Qi turned around to look at Xiaoyan, the beautiful fire plate in Xiaoyan's dragon claw had just disappeared. Wang Qi saw that Xiaoyan's enormous dragon claw was trembling a little. Wang Qi inhaled a deep breath of air. He looked at Xiaoyan and his tone was extremely cold. I admit that your strength has far exceeded your own. I'm afraid that you are an expert at disguising yourself as a pig to eat a tiger. These words, which appeared to be a joke, were unable to cause Xiaoyan to reveal the slightest smile. A trace of caution flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wang Qi. Xiaoyan had no choice but to admit that Fang Sun's icebound world was indeed something that he had difficulty dealing with. Even the heavenly flame that he possessed had difficulty resisting the strength of the ice soul. The agglomeration of 1,000 years to be released in a single day. This strength was indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, Old Gu had still intervened at the final moment. Those two Tian-class Do skills were much easier for Xiaoyan. Under his angry Buddha reincarnation, the Tian-class Do skills appeared to be nothing. Today, the old me, Wang Qi, will definitely take revenge for Fang Sun. I will definitely go all out and kill you, Yan Xiao. Wang Qi's eyes were filled with hatred. His pair of shady old eyes had turned incomparably scarlet because of the hatred in his heart. The flame deep within his eyes agglomerated into the shape of a lion's head, causing the empty space in front of him to become unusually distorted. Suddenly, Wang Ji's body, which was stronger than an ordinary person's, shook violently. Then, the muscles all over his body started to bulge rapidly, and his entire body expanded by more than 10 times in a short span of a few breaths. Xiaoyan also clearly saw that the originally somewhat tattered clothes were swiftly filled by the bulging muscles all over Wang Qi's body. Soon after, it appeared to be torn apart as it was forcefully torn apart by Wang Qi's growing body. Roar! Wang Qi let out a furious roar like that of a lion towards the sky. An extremely overbearing flame instantly turned into a fire pillar that shot towards the sky from his mouth and charged towards the endless empty space. Lionheart Tyrant Body Art. With a furious roar, Wang Qi's body, which had been constantly expanding, suddenly expanded once again. His body shape also underwent a huge change. His body, which was originally arrogant in the sky, was now like a wild beast as it crawled in the sky. His body, which had become thicker, had become strange. On his chest, there was an extremely bright lion's head fire seal from the inside out. At this moment, it was like a cluster of real flames that surged and surged. It emitted a terrifyingly high temperature that was enough to annihilate the empty space. Wang Qi's originally normal human head was currently squirming in disgust, revealing the original form of a beast. It seemed to be a lion's head. A long while later, under Xiao Yan's somewhat shocked gaze, Wang Ji's repeatedly growing body finally came to a gradual stop at this moment. However, the current Wang Ji had already lost the appearance of a human. Instead, he had transformed into a magical beast. His huge body was not inferior to Xiao Yan's diamond glass body at this moment. The robe on his body had already been burned into nothingness by the raging flames that covered his body. His dark golden skin was even more resilient than the mysterious steel of heaven and earth. A fiery tail that was nearly 100 feet long continuously danced in the empty space behind him, emitting waves of sizzling sounds. At this moment, Wang Qi had completely transformed into a flame lion. Xiao Yan looked at Wang Qi, whose appearance had undergone a drastic change in a short period of time. He could not help but let out a cold laugh when he saw the ruthlessness in Wang Qi's beast eyes. Lion Heart Tyrant Body Art, I think it's better to call it Lion Heart Tyrant Body Art. In order to subdue your enemy, you actually turned yourself into such a disgusting appearance. Even your own heart was controlled by your beast fire and you became a real magical beast. How foolish. I really don't know how someone could create such a dehumanizing secret technique. In response to Xiao Yan's cold laugh, the lion in front of him seemed to have understood. Waves of deep beastly roars were emitted from its ferocious mouth. Following which, its huge body suddenly shook, causing the world to tremble 3 times. Its body had already disappeared from its original spot. The moment the lion disappeared, the cold smile on Xiao Yan's face finally turned ugly. Bang! However, before Xiao Yan could do anything, an extremely terrifying force had already entered his body from his back. With a bang, Xiao Yan's body was directly sent flying. Ugh! As he was sent flying, Xiao Yan involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter what, he had never imagined that the mutated Wang Qi's strength would actually be comparable to an ordinary 8-star half-emperor. Even after using the angry Buddha reincarnation with all his strength, Xiao Yan was still unable to withstand such strength for a short period of time. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. His body, which had been sent flying, was forcefully stabilized. His throat rolled as he swallowed threads of bloody sweetness. The gaze he used to look at the lion in front of him appeared incomparably solemn. However, the lion clearly did not plan to give Xiao Yan any time to breathe. Just as Xiao Yan's body came to a stop, the lion opened its mouth and a several dozen feet wide energy light pillar instantly shot towards Xiao Yan. Wherever it passed, even the space itself became distorted. A deep abyss that was a few thousand feet wide swiftly formed on the ground below. At this moment, the Douqi within Xiao Yan's body was extremely weak. How could he have the mood to forcefully receive this light pillar? His sky extinction step was instantly unleashed to its limit. With a puff sound, a pair of large heavenly flame wings instantly appeared on Xiao Yan's back. Although the heaven demon phoenix wings were no longer present on this pair of heavenly flame wings, the essence of the wings had already completely merged with this pair of heavenly flame wings. In terms of speed, it was likely that it was even faster than before. When that frightening energy light pillar attacked, Xiao Yan's eyes glowed. Immediately, that frightening energy light pillar directly penetrated Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's body was completely shattered by that energy light pillar. That enormous male lion turned its enormous head slightly when it saw this scene. It doubtfully looked at the spot where Xiao Yan had been shattered. Although his strength had more than doubled, the current Wang Ji had already transformed into a true killing magical beast. The intelligence of a human no longer belonged to him. The current him was merely a wild beast with empty strength. Humph, as expected. Although you have transformed into a magical beast, you do not even have the intelligence of some high-rank magical beasts. Flame. Devouring. Wave. Suddenly, a stern cry that shot to the sky sounded from behind this male lion. A large cluster of beautiful flames burned fiercely, emitting waves of frighteningly high temperature that caused one's heart to palpitate. The instant Xiao Yan's stern cry was emitted, an incomparably sharp fire glow instantly shot out from the cluster of fire and violently struck the back of the male lion. Roar. A frightening lion's roar was emitted. The male lion's body forcefully twisted its body in an extremely strange manner. That earth-shaking lion's roar transformed into a frightening sound wave that was visible to the naked eye and blasted towards the frightening fire glow that was shooting towards it. With the obstruction of the sound wave, the fire glow's forward speed came to a halt. Then, the male lion's body suddenly charged towards the fire glow. Under Xiao Yan's incomparably shocked gaze, the male lion swallowed the fire glow in a single gulp. Although the fire glow entered the male lion's body and a loud bang was emitted from within, the male lion's body merely swelled slightly before it returned to its original state. The fire glow had completely disappeared. However, the cluster of fire seal on the male lion's chest was currently emitting an extremely intense light. It was as if something was being continuously refined by it. Although the unusual movement was nearly undetectable due to the flame all over the male lion's body, Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, would immediately sense the slightest movement of the flame in front of him. He would definitely discover the slightest movement. Is that the source of your power? As long as I destroy that fire seal, your strength as an 8-star half-martial emperor will naturally fall apart. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan instantly reacted in his heart. However, at the same time, he felt a burst of thorny feeling in his heart. The location of the fire seal was clearly in front of the male lion's chest. That was the place where its defenses were the tightest. If he wanted to injure the fire seal, he would have to get close to it. However, the current Xiao Yan did not have the confidence to engage in close combat with it. If that was the case, he would likely be seriously injured by this bastard before he could even approach the fire seal. While Xiao Yan was feeling troubled in his heart, a powerful energy fluctuation was quietly emitted from within Xiao Yan's body. Although this energy fluctuation was inferior to Xiao Yan's, its aura was already comparable to a 1-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed once again. However, at this moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was filled with incomparable joy. This was because the aura that belonged to a 1-star half-martial emperor was being emitted from the incarnation within his body. Chapter 141. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy as he sensed the powerful aura within his body. The avatar's strength was comparable to a 1-star half-martial emperor. In this way, it could be said to be another great killing move for the current Xiao Yan. Although this avatar's actual strength was only at the level of a 1-star half-martial emperor, if this 1-star half-martial emperor's strength was completely unleashed, its might would not be inferior to his angry Buddha reincarnation. In this way, when Xiao Yan fought in the future, he would have another life-saving trump card. Humph, looks like it is not certain who is afraid of who today. Xiao Yan, will accept these two. With a flip of his hand, over a dozen jade bottles appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. With a sudden clench of his hand, all of the jade bottles shattered. Over a dozen Tier 9 energy recovery pills also appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan stuffed all of them into his mouth. However, he did not block his mouth like he had expected. High-tier medicinal pills would melt in his mouth. Such a thing would naturally not happen. The dozens of medicinal pills transformed into a majestic do-chi torrent that instantly poured into the vortex within Xiao Yan's body from his throat. However, this energy torrent, which could be considered frightening in the eyes of others, still appeared insignificant in front of a half-martial emperor like Xiao Yan. A 9th-grade pill was indeed nothing in front of a half-martial monarch. Ugh, Xiao Yan sighed helplessly in his heart. After which, he no longer paid any attention to it. If a Tier 9 medicinal pill was not enough, there were naturally higher Tier 1s. Given his current alchemy skills, as long as he obtained the pill formula, it was not impossible to refine a D-tier medicinal pill. Xiao Yan randomly glanced at the male lion, which was lingering around him and was unwilling to attack. He could guess that the fire glow was likely not having an easy time. After all, it was a heavenly flame. Even though it had absolute strength to suppress it, it was still difficult to swiftly refine it. This coincidentally gave Xiao Yan sufficient time. After swallowing the medicinal pills, his hands did not stop moving. By the time the dou qi within the vortex began to circulate, Xiao Yan's hands had already formed a seal once again. This seal was one of the secret techniques of the Gu clan that was not passed to others. God Seal Skill. When the 5 seals of the God Seal skill were combined into one, its strength was already comparable to a genuine Tian class dou skill. Now that it was being used by Xiao Yan, its strength was many times greater than an ordinary Tian class dou skill. Looking at the speed at which the dou qi within Xiao Yan's body was being lost, the strength of the God Seal skill this time around was likely even greater than the creator of this dou skill. While Xiao Yan was forming the God Seal skill, the male lion's refinement of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was finally complete. After merging the strength of the heavenly flame into its body, the male lion appeared to be even more imposing. Its bell-sized scarlet eyes were actually mixed with some brilliant flames. When it looked at Xiao Yan once again, a trace of a special feeling had actually surged into its eyes. That feeling was desire, greed. This beast had actually sensed the benefits of the heavenly flame. At this moment, the originally careless lion actually revealed a trace of greed. Looks like your actual body is quite extraordinary. Although only a cluster of beast flame is left, you are actually able to display such an intense reaction. Since this is the case, I shall accept this cluster of beast flame, ha! God Seal Skill, Open Mountain Seal, Sea Flipping Seal, Land Overturning Seal, Sky Burying Seal. 5 seals combined into one, Ancient God Seal. Go! Before Xiao Yan's voice sounded, his entire person's expression instantly became stern. The speed at which the seals were forming in his hands also instantly increased. After emitting an explosive cry, the ancient God Seal was also instantly formed in Xiao Yan's hands. At the same time, Xiao Yan also struck out with his palm. An ordinary-looking heavenly flame palm also lost its strength. Xiao Yan's hand gently flew towards the male lion. The instant the ancient God Seal flew out, it also instantly expanded. In a short span of a few breaths, it had already transformed into a large hand that was a few hundred feet wide. Like a shooting star, it carried a long fiery tail as it ruthlessly smashed towards the male lion. When the male lion saw this, its blazing eyes once again lit up. It opened its bloody mouth to its maximum and an incomparably terrifying and violent suction force was also suddenly emitted from its mouth. In an instant, a wild gust of wind blew in this world. At this moment, the natural energy also transformed into an incomparably huge energy whirlpool and continuously poured into the male lion's opened mouth. The wild and violent storm caused Xiao Yan's body, which was standing in the air, to sway a little. However, that pair of clear eyes still flickered with a bright glow. Xiao Yan had already completely guessed the thoughts of this beast. The wild and ferocious suction force within the lion's mouth was just like a black hole. Even the heavenly flame palm, which was 1,000 feet in size, had already returned to its original size when it arrived in front of the lion. The lion was unceremonious as it swallowed it into its stomach. The fire seal in front of its chest had once again become brighter. Humph, as expected. I'm afraid that the Tian class dou technique will not pose any threat to you. In that case, let's try this. His voice had just sounded when a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. The empty space in front of him also became distorted. Immediately, an almost real human figure slowly appeared in this 100,000 feet wide sky. This human figure was surprisingly the avatar that Xiao Yan had just formed. Currently, the 3 avatars had already merged into one. Their strength had also soared. Just based on strength alone, this avatar could already be considered quite strong. Even in terms of actual combat, it also had the ability to help Xiao Yan. This would also reduce some of the pressure on Xiao Yan in the future. Xiao Yan waved his hand after the avatar appeared. A cluster of brilliant heavenly flame landed on the surface of the avatar. Its body was also instantly covered by the heavenly flame. Cuckoo, since a beast like you likes my heavenly flames so much, I shall give this to you as well, go. A thought passed through his mind, and the avatar in front of him also instantly turned into a ray of heavenly flame flowing light. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of the male lion. However, it did not directly send itself into the mouth of this male lion. Xiao Yan still wanted to see the true strength of this avatar. Naturally, he could not be anxious. Moreover, although this crazy lion did not have any brains, it at the very least still possessed the instincts of a wild beast. The strength of this avatar was quite strong. If this beast did not dare to swallow it, it would be quite troublesome. It was better to let this avatar attack. On one hand, he could see its strength. On the other hand, he could completely infuriate this beast and get it to take the initiative to swallow the avatar. At that time, it would naturally suffer an endless amount of pain. The avatar's body had just paused when many sets of powerful Do skills were continuously thrown out from its palm. They wildly and violently smashed towards the male lion. Being Xiao Yan's avatar, the avatar was as smooth as flowing water when using Xiao Yan's Do skills. In the end, this avatar actually used the Angry Buddha reincarnation and the Angry Buddha lotus flame at the same time. One in each hand. That kind of strength caused one to be extremely shocked. Of course, the aura that these two Do skills emitted at this moment was only stronger than the aura that Xiao Yan had agglomerated when he was a Do Sheng. From the current Xiao Yan's point of view, just this alone was insufficient to seriously injure this evil beast. As expected, although the fire lotus and the fire plate appeared to be extremely powerful, they were completely swallowed by the male lion the moment they were thrown out. After being repeatedly attacked by this avatar, the little instinct that this beast possessed was covered by a fury that soared to the sky. It widened its large mouth and another wild and violent suction force was emitted from its mouth. Xiao Yan's body quickly pulled back when he saw this. A thought was also emitted at the same time. A glint also flashed across the eyes of the avatar at this moment. Immediately, its body moved and charged explosively towards the male lion's mouth. The 1,000-meter distance was covered in an instant. However, the male lion swallowed Xiao Yan's avatar into its stomach in an instant. At the same time, the fiercely burning beast flame within the male lion's body suddenly pounced towards the avatar like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It intended to completely refine the avatar in one go. The heavenly flame that wrapped around the avatar's body suddenly exploded when it entered the male lion's mouth. This caused the fierce beast flame that surrounded the avatar to completely turn into nothingness at this moment. The might of a heavenly flame was truly unparalleled. Although the beast flame was clearly not ordinary, it was unable to suppress Xiao Yan's heavenly flame under the personal control of Xiao Yan. Heavenly flame was indeed worthy of being the king of fire. When the fierce beast flame scattered, the aura of the avatar suddenly rose to its peak. Its entire body was filled with a formidable and domineering aura. Immediately, it did not stay any longer. Its feet suddenly stomped and its body borrowed the force to charge towards the ball of beast flame in front of the male lion's chest. Wherever it passed, the beast flame around its body was forcefully separated due to the formidable aura around its body, opening up a path of fire for the avatar. The ball of fire also seemed to have sensed the aura of the avatar. A sense of danger involuntarily rose in its heart. The originally incomparably wild and violent flame suddenly erupted at this moment. Wave after wave of heat waves that soared to the sky repeatedly swept out, transforming into numerous fierce flame lions that roared furiously at the sky around its body. This caused it to appear even more overbearing. However, the avatar was completely unconcerned about this. When it approached, the avatar's body once again shook. The heavenly flame, which had originally scattered, once again appeared out of nowhere and wrapped its entire body within it. At the same time, the frightening Do Chi that belonged to a one-star half-emperor within the avatar's body also began to swiftly agglomerate at this moment. Its originally solid and substance-like body also began to become transparent within a short couple of breaths' time. When it arrived in front of Xiao Yan, without waiting for the avatar to move, the many male lions that were agglomerated from the beast flame, which were not inferior to some of the frightening magical beasts, already carried an aura that soared to the sky as they charged towards Xiao Yan's avatar. The heavenly flame that wrapped around the avatar was once again separated at this moment. As it swiftly changed, it also turned into many beautiful fire dragons that swiftly circled around and met the group of male lions. In front of the heavenly flame, even though the beast flame possessed the strength of an 8-star half-emperor, it was still unable to completely block it. Moreover, there was still Xiao Yan's actual body in the outside world. If one were to talk about it, the current Xiao Yan could already be considered a special, heavenly flame spirit. With so many heavenly flames gathered in his body, the strength of the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan possessed was already not inferior to a true heavenly flame spirit. If it were not for the fact that his strength was insufficient, this beast flame alone would not have the qualifications to jump around in front of him. While the fire lion was being suppressed, the energy within the avatar's body had already completely agglomerated into a sparkling and beautiful pearl-like lustrous pearl. However, under this beautiful appearance, it also possessed a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor would not dare to underestimate. When the pearl was completely agglomerated, Xiao Yan also sent out a thought within his heart. Soon after, the avatar that had already become nearly invisible, carried the frightening energy that was the only one that had truly materialized as it ruthlessly collided with the origin flame of the male lion. Immediately, the world shook. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius of the male lion instantly collapsed at this moment, transforming into an endless void. At this moment, there was an incomparably enormous and frightening energy vortex within the body of the male lion. It was like a black hole, emitting a frightening suction force that caused the hearts of half-emperors to palpitate. The enormous body of the male lion that originally covered the sky was like a piece of meat that had been thrown into a meat grinder at this moment, as it was instantly torn apart by the extremely frightening energy vortex. Chapter 142. After the frightening energy vortex forcefully tore apart the lion's enormous body, its aura did not diminish. It was as if it had broken free of the lion's shackles. An incomparably wild and violent suction force was fully displayed at this moment. The land that had already turned into a wasteland was also shattered by this wild and violent storm. All gravity seemed to be non-existent at this moment. Everything was swallowed by the vortex and turned into nothingness. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles apart, Xiao Yan still felt that his body was slowly approaching the vortex uncontrollably. This caused Xiao Yan to feel an even greater sense of danger in his heart. The natural energy between heaven and earth continuously gathered toward the energy vortex uncontrollably. Even the beast flame, which was still burning fiercely, had difficulty resisting and was being pulled into the vortex by the frightening suction force. In the sky, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He did not expect that the explosion between the two would actually create such a frightening force. His body was just about to withdraw when Xiao Yan saw that the beast flame was still bitterly struggling. His heart involuntarily moved. Although this beast flame was not a natural heavenly flame, its strength had already increased by a few hundred times after Wang Qi had sacrificed himself. If he were to swallow and refine the essence flame, it might be of some use to his own cultivation. This caused Xiao Yan to feel somewhat reluctant in his heart. Sighing softly in his heart, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and another large jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fist forcefully and the jade bottle burst apart. Dozens of medicinal pills also appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. He swallowed them in one gulp as if he was eating beans. A majestic doqi instantly rushed down from Xiao Yan's throat like a flood. Xiao Yan also felt as though his throat had suddenly been choked, causing his throat to appear to have swelled by a size at this moment. When that feeling disappeared, the vortex within Xiao Yan's body was already filled with a majestic doqi. The slightly recovered doqi also caused Xiao Yan to have a lot more confidence in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the flame domain was instantly unleashed. Only within this domain would Xiao Yan's various abilities be strengthened. In front of this frightening vortex, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. If he was accidentally dragged into it, it would be difficult for him to escape. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart as he unleashed his domain. A brilliant heavenly flame appeared out of nowhere. It swiftly transformed into a fire dragon that was thousands of feet long. Each breath it took contained an incomparably hot aura, causing the empty space to distort before shattering with a bang. It transformed into an even darker and deeper endless empty space. Xiao Yan's heart trembled. The fire dragon appeared and emitted a dragon roar that resounded through the sky. Immediately, its enormous body moved with a bang. It carried an extremely frightening natural pressure as it charged toward the energy vortex. More accurately speaking, it was targeting the beast flame that was bitterly struggling in the middle of the vortex. Before this frightening energy vortex, even though it possessed extraordinary power, after being bombarded by the self-detonation of a half-martial emperor, it was still unable to contend against this vortex. At this moment, this cluster of beast flame had already become an arrow at the end of its flight. If it was unable to escape from the vortex, its final fate would be to be swallowed by the vortex and turned into nothingness. Under the frightening suction force, everything in this world had difficulty escaping from its frightening destructive strength. The beast flame, which was still overflowing with an imposing aura earlier, had difficulty withstanding it at this moment. The two of them were originally only a couple of thousand feet apart. At this moment, they were becoming increasingly closer. It was likely that it would be swallowed by the vortex in a short moment. Roar! A long roar sounded at the sky. The enormous fire dragon carried an aura that covered the sky as it instantly attacked the vortex. Before it reached it, the fire dragon opened its large mouth. A heavenly flame swiftly agglomerated in its mouth, transforming into an enormous fireball. It carried a high temperature as it violently smashed towards the middle of the vortex. At the same time, the flame dragon's huge body abruptly turned and instantly traversed through the void. Its huge dragon claw grabbed at the struggling beast fire. As the fire dragon approached, no one knew whether it was due to the beast flame's natural fear of heavenly flames or because it felt the hope of survival, but it actually automatically shrank together. It withdrew its frightening high temperature and waited for the arrival of the fire dragon's claw. At the same time that the flame dragon's claw grabbed the beast flame, at the center of the energy vortex, the fireball that was filled with a wild and violent aura exploded at the same time. A frightening energy ripple instantly spread out from the center of the vortex. In addition to the natural energy that had been swallowed by it, this explosive attack was even more powerful than the self-destruction of the incarnation. The empty space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles instantly collapsed at this moment. In an instant, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was turned into a desert. All life had instantly disappeared under the frightening energy storm. After this attack, the world became silent. Everything had turned into nothingness. When Xiao Yan saw this, he could not help but gently sigh in relief. This battle could be considered to have ended at this point. He really did not expect that the all-out attack of an 8-star half-martial emperor would actually create such a frightening result. Even Xiao Yan felt a little powerless. The only thing that he did not expect was that this energy vortex would actually be destroyed so easily. It was merely the explosion of a heavenly flame. This kind of result really caused Xiao Yan to feel a little disbelief. Perhaps the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart had been confirmed, or perhaps this was how it should be. The silence in this world did not last for long. When the beast flame finally landed in Xiao Yan's hand and Xiao Yan was about to withdraw, a storm once again rose in this world. One after another, energy vortexes that were even more frightening than the previous ones suddenly appeared in this empty space. Xiao Yan was already completely surrounded within them. He was unable to advance or retreat. When he saw the sudden appearance of dozens of even more frightening energy vortexes, Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed drastically. Even the energy vortexes from before were likely unable to compare with one of these, let alone the energy vortexes from before. Even Xiao Yan's expression was extremely grave. Now that he was deep within these dozens of energy vortexes, it was even more difficult for Xiao Yan to deal with. If he was unlucky, he might really end up losing his life here today. Although his heart was extremely grave and he wished that he could return to the time when he threw down the beast flame and fled, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, he was in such a dangerous situation and was unable to advance or retreat. There was no other way. Life and death were only in Xiao Yan's hands. While Xiao Yan was in a dilemma, the dozens of extremely frightening energy vortexes did not give Xiao Yan the slightest bit of time. Once the frightening suction force was released, Xiao Yan's figure, which was standing in the empty space, began to sway. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he still felt powerless in this situation. The situation before his eyes also caused Xiao Yan to swiftly wake up. It was true that he was in a dilemma, but if he retreated, there was really no way to retreat. The only way was to advance. Perhaps he would still have a chance. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. Given Xiao Yan's character, he was definitely not the kind of person who would wait for death. Therefore, at this moment, there was only one path in front of Xiao Yan. That was to charge out, grab hold of a slim chance of survival and escape. Chapter 143. TSK, little fellow, this old me has only slept for a while. How did you create such a huge mess? You are really a troublemaker. TSK, suddenly, Gu Yu's voice quietly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan curled his lips and ignored him. He did not think that Gu Yu would be unaware of his big battle today. Gu Yu smiled. He was too lazy to explain. Instead, he changed the topic and solemnly spoke to Xiao Yan. Little fellow, you should know that you have created quite a big mess this time around. Xiao Yan's expression had become grave before Gu Yu's voice sounded. Xiao Yan did not doubt Gu Yu's words. However, to ordinary people, it might be a true destructive force. To you, however, it might be an opportunity. Xiao Yan's expression had just become grave when Gu Yu's following words caused Xiao Yan's eyes to brighten. His eyes also looked at the nearest energy whirlpool. Could it be that he could rely on that terrifying fellow to break through? You can forget about breaking through. The formation of spatial whirlpools is a little special. You are extremely lucky to be able to trigger a spatial whirlpool this time around. However, it is a little unrealistic if you wish to break through. The reason why I said that this might be an opportunity for you is because the true destructive strength of the spatial whirlpool lies in the damage it inflicts on the physical body. It possesses a terrifying tearing force. Its mouth is capable of continuously tearing everything apart until it is reduced to nothingness. With your current physical strength, you can enter any one of them. If you are unable to escape quickly, that person will only end up being torn apart. Xiao Yan's face twitched violently when he heard this. Even with his physical strength, he was unable to remain in the whirlpool for even a moment. How could this be an opportunity for him? Gu Yu laughed out loud. He smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Don't underestimate the spatial whirlpool. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are dozens of spatial whirlpools. In fact, they are all interconnected, just like some spatial wormholes. It's just that these guys are disorderly. You can't possibly know which whirlpool you'll come out from after you pass through a whirlpool. Therefore, they are all equivalent to a whirlpool. As long as you're fast enough, you'll be able to move freely between them. As a result, its power will continuously bombard your body, and you'll be able to borrow that power to raise your physical body to an even more terrifying level." Gu Yu's words had just sounded when Xiao Yan involuntarily licked his lips with his tongue. If it was really as Gu Yu had said, these spatial whirlpools were no longer terrifying things that could devour a person. Instead, they were medicinal pills that could raise one's strength. Xiao Yan no longer hesitated when he thought of this. There was such a rare training ground in front of him. Naturally, he had to grab hold of this opportunity. Before Gu Yu could finish speaking, Xiao Yan's body had already flashed. The dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was activated at the same time. A layer of solid purple gold dragon scales instantly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body. A light flashed under his feet as he used the sky extinction step. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's body appeared in front of a nearby spatial whirlpool. Although Xiao Yan had high expectations for this spatial whirlpool after Gu Yu's explanation, Xiao Yan still involuntarily felt his scalp turn numb before he actually entered it. If any accident happened, he would not be able to exit after entering it. Xiao Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. He forcefully calmed himself down and suppressed his violently beating heart. His body flashed and instantly charged into the spatial whirlpool. At the same time, Gu Yu's final reminder was finally transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. "Little fellow, why are you so anxious? The spatial pressure within this spatial whirlpool is dozens of times greater than the outside world. You must endure the pressure after entering. Otherwise, it will be futile even if you want to leave." Xiao Yan, who had charged into the spatial whirlpool, was suddenly pressed down by an extremely frightening natural pressure after Gu Yu's words sounded. Before he could stabilize his body, he was instantly crushed to the ground by the extremely frightening natural pressure. Xiao Yan discovered that the ground beneath him was not the ground when he fell to the ground. Instead, it was the same extremely frightening natural pressure. These two forces suppressed each other, causing the pressure that Xiao Yan had to endure to multiply. In merely a moment, even with Xiao Yan's physical strength, he could still feel the muscles all over his body showing signs of bursting apart. Moreover, due to the spatial whirlpool, it was almost impossible for Xiao Yan to move his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt as though he had fallen into an abyss of the sea. Even breathing seemed like an extravagant hope. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally witnessed how frightening this spatial whirlpool was. The extreme pressure caused the space to swell even more terrifyingly, causing the muscles all over his body to feel as though they were about to explode. The longer Xiao Yan stayed in this space, the more clearly he felt his body gradually swell. From the outside, Xiao Yan's body had already expanded by more than 2 times. He looked like a bloated fatty. However, only Xiao Yan was aware of just how frightening the pressure within his body was. "Hee, smelly brat, you recklessly charged in without listening to what this old me has to say. Now, you should know just how frightening this thing is." Gu Yu was not the least bit worried about Xiao Yan's condition. He was clearly aware of just how frightening Xiao Yan's physical body was. However, this was far from reaching Xiao Yan's limit. Hence, he appeared a little playful as he spoke. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly in his heart upon hearing Gu Yu's words. His originally nervous heart quietly relaxed. Since Gu Yu had spoken, he would naturally have a way to rescue him. His current condition was likely within Gu Yu's expectations. It was just that Xiao Yan had bumped into him. "Hee, alright, it is enough that you have endured for so long. There are still many spatial whirlpools behind. Don't give up, now, release all of your physical strength. First, remove the pressure around your body. Next, it's time to see your performance. Remember, you must use your fastest speed to instantly pass through this spatial whirlpool. At that time, it will definitely trigger a spatial storm. As long as you can endure for an instant, the strength within will be endlessly beneficial to the tempering of your physical body. However, you are clearly aware of just how frightening these few phases are if you wish to endure for a long time. The strength unleashed by the spatial storm is definitely not something that you can endure. An instant is already your limit." Xiao Yan acknowledged in his heart after Gu Yu's words sounded. He was aware that Gu Yu's warning was not empty. Hence, he did not dare to be careless. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the King Kong glass body was instantly activated. Xiao Yan's originally swollen body once again swelled. The pressure that had been transmitted from within his body also eased at this moment. Xiao Yan was finally able to heave a long sigh of relief. With the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and the King Kong glass body, most of the frightening pressure around Xiao Yan had been removed. His large body suddenly shook as Xiao Yan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The 8th grade collapse was instantly unleashed as he violently threw a punch at the empty space in front of him. Bang! The sound of a spatial explosion was suddenly transmitted over. An invisible spatial ripple spread apart at the same time. The pressure around Xiao Yan was completely eliminated by this punch. Xiao Yan's golden bright eyes instantly flashed with a glint after the pressure was removed. The wind under his feet stirred and his large body suddenly turned into a light pillar that shot toward the deep regions of the realm. Ha! Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Moo! 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 Xiao Yan widened his mouth as he charged forward. The Yellow Spring Divine Anger was instantly unleashed. Another invisible spatial ripple spread. The pressure in front of Xiao Yan was immediately reduced. Xiao Yan's speed once again soared. He directly broke through the restraints of the pressure within the spatial whirlpool and instantly appeared in the depths of the spatial whirlpool. Bang! Xiao Yan's body had just passed when the surrounding space suddenly emitted an explosive sound. The entire spatial whirlpool suddenly shook at this moment. The frightening suction force from the outside world also suddenly paused at this moment. Soon after, a series of explosions spread like firecrackers and chased after Xiao Yan. At the same time, thick bolts of silver lightning emerged from the void where the explosion occurred. Soon after, they merged and gathered together, transforming into an enormous lightning beast with lightning flashing all over its body within the spatial whirlpool. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. He did not expect that this spatial turbulence would actually lure out a magical beast. Moreover, Xiao Yan's heart became incomparably solemn when he probed its aura. The strength of this enormous lightning beast was extremely deep. He was unable to detect the source of its strength. Such a frightening strength was likely at least at the Do D class. Do D. This level was still too far away for the current Xiao Yan. However, the strength of this enormous lightning beast in front of him had already reached such an extraordinary level. It was likely that Xiao Yan would not even be able to endure a random attack from it. Xiao Yan's heart instantly became incomparably heavy when he thought of this. The enormous rock that had slowly fallen from his heart a moment ago was now like a huge hammer that violently struck Xiao Yan's heart. It is unexpected that such a small spatial whirlpool is actually able to agglomerate a void lightning beast. Not bad, not bad. Coincidentally, it is only an illusory figure. As long as you are fast enough, nothing will happen to you. Gu Yu's laughing voice was transmitted from nowhere while Xiao Yan's heart was feeling heavy. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to be slightly startled. He frowned and asked Gu Yu in his heart, Elder Gu, what is this void lightning beast? Old Bone, what kind of void lightning beast is this? Is it not the main body? Chapter 144. Actual body. If the actual body was here, forget about letting it take the initiative to attack. Just the remnant might would be enough to seriously injure you to the brink of death. At this moment, this little fellow, who appears to be quite powerful, is merely an illusory figure. Gu Yu softly laughed after hearing the question in Xiao Yan's words. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a faint smile as he slowly spoke. Xiao Yan once again felt a shock in his heart after hearing the true strength of this void lightning beast. An elite Do Di was really extremely powerful. He, Xiao Yan, was able to contend with a Ban Di, but he was no different from an ant in front of a true elite Do Di. Do Di was indeed worthy of the word Di. Gu Yu softly laughed after seeing the shock on Xiao Yan's face. He seemed to be intentionally attacking Xiao Yan as he once again opened his mouth to speak. Moreover, this fellow is merely a young void lightning beast. A true adult void lightning beast is the king of the void. Of course, we have to put aside the dragon tribe for this. After all, the lightning beast tribe merely possesses the might of the void divine lightning. Compared to the dragon tribe, which specializes in the use of spatial strength, they are like children playing with mud. The shock on Xiao Yan's face had already turned into a stunned expression when he heard this. A Do Di class void lightning beast was merely a child. In that case, just how frightening was the true strength of the void lightning beast tribe? However, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart soared after he heard the following words of Gu Yu. Xiao Yan did not dare to think too much about the strength of the void lightning beast tribe. However, from Gu Yu's words, the strength of the dragon tribe was even greater. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly in his heart for a moment. This dragon tribe was really the darling of the heavens. Not only did they possess a physical body that everyone envied, but their strength had also entered the top faction on the continent. Just thinking about it really caused one to feel jealous. While Xiao Yan was feeling jealous because of these two large tribes, the illusory figure of the Void Lightning Beast, which was standing 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan, did not give him any more time. Its two thick forelimbs suddenly shook and an invisible spatial ripple spread apart. Although this Void Lightning Beast was merely an illusory figure, it still possessed a trace of an elite Dodi's aura. Even Xiao Yan would have difficulty dealing with it if it unleashed all of its strength. Adding this to the spatial swirl, it was likely that Xiao Yan would end up dying in this place if he was careless. While the spatial ripple spread apart, the space in front of the Void Lightning Beast also followed the spread of the ripple. A silver-white light curtain slowly appeared in front of it. The moment the light curtain appeared, the Void Lightning Beast also collided with it. It seemed as though it wanted to forcefully shatter the light curtain. However, the expression of Xiao Yan, who was in the distance, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. He instantly used the sky extinction step and his body suddenly turned into a ray of light that rushed forward. Bang! Following the sound of flesh colliding, Xiao Yan's forward speed once again increased. Even the golden light on Xiao Yan's body after he used the King Kong glass body was hidden under this frightening speed. However, Xiao Yan was unable to feel even the slightest joy at this moment. This was because all of this was merely the result of receiving a heavy blow from the Void Lightning Beast. When the Void Lightning Beast collided with the light curtain, the Void Lightning Beast had already violently smashed towards Xiao Yan from behind. Under such frightening speed, Xiao Yan was naturally unable to dodge. Being able to rely on his powerful physical body to forcefully block this attack was already considered quite good. Xiao Yan admitted that even if he was a 9-star half-emperor, it was likely impossible for him to dodge it. From this, it could be seen just how frightening the speed of the Void Lightning Beast was. As for the screen of light, it was no ordinary screen of light. It was a spatial water screen condensed from extremely pure spatial energy. Wherever his thoughts reached, he would be able to reach in an instant. The strength of this spatial water curtain could be said to have already surpassed the level of the word speed. After all, no matter how fast one's speed was, it could not be compared with one's thoughts. Fortunately, although the Void Lightning Beast's attack was quite powerful, it was after all an illusion. The overbearing strength that was enough to directly kill a 1-star half-emperor was still reduced by more than half by Xiao Yan's Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and King Kong glass body. Although there was still some strength left, Xiao Yan was barely able to withstand it. Xiao Yan's body that was sent flying was forcefully stopped in the air. Before he could turn around, another attack from the Void Lightning Beast had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Another heavy blow. Before Xiao Yan could stabilize his body, he was once again sent flying. In the face of the Void Lightning Beast's frightening speed, Xiao Yan did not even have the opportunity to react. Xiao Yan was undoubtedly going to lose this battle. Bang! Bang! After a dozen consecutive attacks, Xiao Yan had already spat out an unknown amount of blood under this ferocious attack. His originally somewhat rosy face had already turned deathly pale. Nearly half of the bones in his body had been forcefully shattered by the Void Lightning Beast. It was likely going to be extremely difficult for him to recover. Damn it, there is really no end to this beast. If this continues, I'm afraid that I will be forcefully smashed to death by this beast before I can charge out of this spatial whirlpool. The fury in Xiao Yan's heart finally rose once again after being continuously bombarded by the Void Lightning Beast. He cursed in his heart. After which, he could no longer endure it and emitted a furious cry from his mouth. His body that had just been sent flying instantly came to a stop. At the same time, the Do-Di bloodline and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline within his body were instantly activated. A clan tattoo emitting a purple-gold luster instantly appeared between Xiao Yan's brows. Following this, Xiao Yan's aura also soared rapidly. The aura all over his body was like a sharp blade that soared to the sky. His aura was like a rainbow as it soared to the 9 heavens. In merely an instant, Xiao Yan's strength had already soared from an intermediate 3-star half-martial emperor to an initial 5-star half-martial emperor. His aura was many times stronger than before. Ha! The strength that had erupted within Xiao Yan's body caused him to involuntarily let out a long roar that soared to the sky. That sharp cry actually contained a dragon roar mixed within it. There was also a faint phoenix cry that echoed it, causing this sharp cry that soared to the sky to not lose to some Tian-class Do skills. The world shook when the sharp cry was emitted. Deep within the endless void, there seemed to be something that had been alarmed. A pair of white-colored eyes that flickered with an endless amount of lightning slowly opened in the depths of the void. A scene slowly appeared within those eyes. One was an enormous beast that flickered with lightning all over its body. The other was a person whose entire body was covered in dragon scales. Both of his arms were dragon arms, dragon tribe huh. You can do whatever you want. Once 100 years is up, my lightning beast saint tribe will definitely become the overlord of the magical beast world. At that time, all of you will be prisoners of my lightning beast saint tribe. As for now, all of you are merely jumping clowns. The bright silver eyes slowly shut after those words sounded. The endless void once again returned to silence. Within the spatial whirlpool, Xiao Yan's long roar shook the sky. The aura of a 5-star half-martial emperor swiftly swept out. When the void lightning beast came into contact with Xiao Yan's aura, the aura all over its body suddenly became sluggish. Its body, which had yet to move, paused on the spot. Its enormous body actually began to faintly tremble. At this moment, there was actually a frightened expression flowing within the eyes of the void lightning beast. The source of this frightened expression was Xiao Yan, who was currently in front of it. More accurately speaking, it was the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body. Xiao Yan did not notice this. However, he could not help but reveal a suspicious expression when the beast stopped moving. In the end, after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan still frowned. He could feel the terrifying pressure invading his body once again. He suddenly let out a cold snort. The aura of a 5-star half-martial emperor trembled. His body also suddenly relaxed. Following which, light flickered under his feet. His body also turned into a ray of light and charged towards the end of the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 145. Terrifying pressure raged in every corner of the spatial whirlpool. However, at this moment, there were waves of sonic booms reverberating like thunder from the deepest part of the spatial whirlpool. An incomparably large golden fist suddenly smashed against the space in front of it. An extremely terrifying force caused a distorted concave fist imprint to appear in the invisible space, proving the strength of this punch. In the next instant, the space where the large fist smashed against became distorted. Finally, it exploded with a deafening sonic boom. A circular invisible spatial ripple also spread, causing the pressure in this space to suddenly scatter. A soul-stirring dragon roar was suddenly emitted when this pressure was scattered. Soon after, a golden ray of light instantly penetrated the invisible space and appeared 100 miles away. Xiao Yan's large body slowly stabilized. His muscular body easily withstood the terrifying pressure that had once again attacked him. He turned his head and looked at the void lightning beast in the distance. At this moment, the void lightning beast was still standing in the same spot. Its terrifying face looked exceptionally ferocious at this moment. However, Xiao Yan did not know what kind of difficult struggle was going on in this fellow's heart at this moment. The terrifying bloodline pressure caused it to not dare to lift its head in front of Xiao Yan. After all, no matter what, this void lightning beast was merely an illusory figure at this moment. Even so, the pride that came from its actual body did not allow it to submit. The emotions that came from two different directions caused this fellow to struggle even more. Roar! Suddenly, the expression in the eyes of this void lightning beast suddenly became ruthless. Its large head lifted towards the sky and emitted an earth-shaking beast roar. Soon after, its large body suddenly shook. The silver-white light curtain in front of it once again appeared. Soon after, it collided with the light curtain. Xiao Yan had long been paying attention to this beast. At this moment, his heart was incomparably calm when he saw that it was furious. When the light curtain in front of him condensed, Xiao Yan's fist had already smashed into the empty space behind him. However, what was different this time around was that a true wormhole appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes at the same time that the pressure was removed. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled when he saw this. However, he reacted in the blink of an eye. His body moved and entered the wormhole. However, when Xiao Yan's body entered the wormhole, the Void Lightning Beast's body suddenly appeared behind him. Although Xiao Yan's speed was not slow, he was still struck by this attack. After receiving a heavy blow, Xiao Yan's body instantly disappeared into the spatial whirlpool. At the same time, a spatial ripple appeared at a certain empty space in the outside world. Soon after, the space distorted and shattered with a bang. And a wormhole appeared. Xiao Yan's body shot out from within like a piece of trash. However, after a few thousand feet, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. There was a trace of surprise on his face as he steadily stood in the empty space. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the slowly disappearing wormhole. His heart was filled with suspicion. The attack from the Void Lightning Beast earlier was originally enough to cause the blood in Xiao Yan's body to churn and his aura to become chaotic. However, when the attack truly struck Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that this fellow had actually held back at the crucial moment. The strength that struck his body was likely not even half of the previous attack. This caused Xiao Yan to be rather surprised. Xiao Yan shook his head. It was still difficult for him to guess the reason behind this. However, the area around him had already turned into a pitch-black empty world because of the spatial vortex. Everything in this place had been devoured by the spatial vortex. A grave feeling involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he saw this scene. This area had already been completely surrounded by the spatial vortex. If he was unable to find the exit, it was likely that he would have difficulty escaping death. At this moment, the only solution was to continuously enter the spatial vortex and try his luck to find the final exit. Despite knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still chose to enter it. There was no way out. Xiao Yan had to enter the spatial vortex. This was truly a joke made by the heavens. Although he wanted to recover a little, it was a pity that time waited for no man. If this continued, the pressure within the spatial vortex would likely become increasingly frightening. Additionally, there was the existence of the Void Lightning Beast phantasm. Xiao Yan would truly be in danger. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan did not dare to take another breather. His body swiftly flashed and charged into another spatial vortex. Chi, with a chi sound, Xiao Yan's body once again appeared within the spatial vortex. What entered his eyes was an empty darkness. Any light would be devoured by the darkness in this place. However, Xiao Yan involuntarily knit his brows when he saw all of this. This place was strangely similar to the scene in the spatial swirl earlier. Roar! Suddenly, a thunder-like beast roar suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Yan. At this moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. This beast roar had originated from the Void Lightning Beast. This place was actually still the same space as before. The moment he heard the beast roar, Xiao Yan had already reflexively turned his body around. Brilliant heavenly flames also swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. By the time Xiao Yan turned around, they had already gathered into a brilliant heavenly flame ruler. Bang! The ruler was swung. Before Xiao Yan could fully regain his senses, the huge ruler in his hand had already violently collided with the enormous beast behind him. With a loud bang, Xiao Yan's body was instantly pushed back by the frightening collision force. There was no room for him to turn around. On the other hand, the Void Lightning Beast seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It emitted a painful hiss as its body involuntarily retreated a few hundred steps. This scene was also reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. Immediately, a bright light flashed deep within his eyes. He looked at the huge heavenly flame ruler in his hand and his eyes rotated slightly. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. A thought passed through his mind and the huge heavenly flame ruler instantly scattered. With a wave of his hand, an invisible flame instantly surged out and agglomerated into an invisible heavenly flame armor on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. After doing this, Xiao Yan once again waved his hand. Clusters of invisible heavenly flames scattered like water droplets and filled the entire spatial vortex. The void lightning beast also seemed to have sensed something. It looked around in a somewhat panicked manner. Its enormous body once again shrunk at this moment. Clearly, it was quite afraid of the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan was currently using. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a smile when he saw this. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with this result. As expected. An illusionary figure is ultimately an illusionary figure. In the end, it is merely a shadow. Regardless of what you do, it is impossible for you to unleash your full strength in front of my fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan laughed softly. His hands suddenly waved in the empty space in front of him. The fallen heart flame transformed into numerous invisible light rays that agglomerated into an invisible huge ruler like the new branches of an old tree. Wave after wave of frightening flame strength spread apart, causing the surrounding space to become distorted. The huge ruler was suddenly waved. The countless number of invisible, heavenly flames that were scattered all over the place also appeared to have received some kind of order at this moment. They turned into numerous invisible flame beams that gathered on the heavenly flame ruler. The invisible, heavenly flame adhered to the ruler's body. The entire world appeared to have merged into an invisible cauldron as it repeatedly distorted. The originally invisible space appeared just like a pool of viscous liquid at this moment. The void lightning beast sensed the heavenly flame swiftly scattering around its body. However, it did not have the time to sigh in relief when it sensed the pressure from Xiao Yan's body. Adding this to the heavenly flame in his hand at this moment, an indescribable frightening threat struck the heart of the void lightning beast like the might of the heavens. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Go! An explosive cry sounded. The invisible, heavenly flame ruler, in Xiao Yan's hand suddenly moved following this explosive cry. An invisible force instantly shot out and violently smashed towards the void lightning beast. Although the might of this attack from Xiao Yan was quite extraordinary, this void lightning beast was still considered a top-tier existence within the magical beast world. Even though it was only an illusory figure, it still possessed its own pride. Moreover, it was actually afraid in front of a mere bandit. How could it accept this? The fury in its heart once again rose. A terrifying aura that looked down on the world also spread apart. Roar! A low and deep beast roar sounded. The enormous body of the void lightning beast suddenly shook. The frightening strength actually caused the spatial swirl to tremble unceasingly. Before the low roar sounded, the body of the void lightning beast had already flashed. It suddenly charged towards Xiao Yan's attack. The enormous body of the void lightning beast appeared just like a small planet at this moment. It carried an overbearing and frightening aura. It was not the least bit afraid of the invisible force. It was just like a wild bull that had gone crazy as it violently charged forward. From the looks of it, it seemed that it would not rest until it shattered Xiao Yan's attack. Bang! A rumbling sound that shook the heavens and the earth was accompanied by an invisible air wave that swiftly swept across the spatial vortex. An extremely powerful force actually caused the spatial vortex to sway at this moment. The entire space became distorted. Finally, a spatial crack that was 1,000 feet wide appeared within the spatial vortex. From the looks of the crack, it actually led to the outside world. From this, one could tell just how frightening the strength that was created from this collision between Xiao Yan and the void lightning beast was. It was a long while later before the continuously swaying space finally slowly stabilized. However, everyone knew that this spatial swirl would likely scatter on its own soon. After all, without the support of spatial strength, this space could already be considered to have completely collapsed. The current situation was merely the surface. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan was frowning. He looked at the void lightning beast, whose lightning glow had become a little dim. After which, he looked at his own body. A strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. In the end, the previous attack did not exceed Xiao Yan's expectations. This beast had actually held back. Or rather, it did not dare to use its full strength to attack. However, this was not what Xiao Yan was concerned about at this moment. Xiao Yan clearly sensed that when the flaming devouring tsunami collided with the void lightning beast, a powerful force suddenly erupted. Something seemed to have been forcefully blasted out from the void lightning beast's body, spreading across the entire spatial swirl. When Xiao Yan came into contact with that special energy, he could clearly sense a slight numbness being emitted from his body. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely comfortable. With regards to this, Xiao Yan was also incomparably clear that this was the result of one's body undergoing tempering. However, Xiao Yan also sensed an even more subtle energy. That energy was invisible, but it was something that Xiao Yan could not describe. The only explanation was that when Xiao Yan sensed that energy, he seemed to have a new understanding of the space in front of him. Within this empty space, there was actually another energy that was difficult for him to detect, that is, it seems, that feeling is, spatial strength. It is unexpected that the spatial strength within this little fellow's body is actually so powerful. It is merely an illusory figure, but it is able to agglomerate such pure spatial strength. It is likely that this little fellow's actual body has quite a high status within the Void Lightning Beast tribe. This old me has really misjudged today. Suddenly, Gu Yu's voice was slowly transmitted. From his tone, it was not difficult to hear that even he was in awe of the Void Lightning Beast's actual body. It seemed that the Void Lightning Beast's actual body was indeed extremely frightening. Xiao Yan felt extremely shocked in his heart when he heard Gu Yu's words. He was also a little interested in the Void Lightning Beast's actual body. However, he was suddenly reluctant to part with this spatial swirl. Void Lightning Beasts lived in the empty space. They rarely appeared. Some of the low-rank Void Lightning Beasts were unable to appear in this world. If he missed this opportunity today, it was likely that he would not have another chance in the future. Spatial strength was a great tonic for Xiao Yan to practice the sky extinction step. If he could obtain a sufficient amount of spatial strength, Xiao Yan was confident that he could master the sky extinction step within a month. At that time, it was likely that Xiao Yan would even be able to face an elite Do Di. Of course, the precondition was that he had sufficient spatial strength. Moreover, refining spatial strength was not an easy task. The space of the Yuanwu continent was extremely dense. It was not something that the Doqi continent could compare with. Hence, even Xiao Yan would find it a little troublesome to extract a trace of spatial strength. Now that he had such an opportunity to absorb pure spatial strength, Xiao Yan would naturally not easily give it up. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into an unknown smile, causing the Void Lightning Beast to involuntarily tremble. Xiao Yan licked his lips with his tongue and laughed softly. A heavenly flame appeared in his hand and a huge heavenly flame ruler was instantly formed. His body moved and he took the initiative to attack. He charged toward the Void Lightning Beast. This time around, Xiao Yan wanted to give it a taste of its own medicine. He wanted to shatter its dog head. From today onwards, you will be given a red packet every 50 times you have collected it. If you exceed 100, you will be given an additional red packet. Hence, please collect it. Chapter 146. Bang! Xiao Yan held an invisible heavenly flame ruler in his hand within the empty space. A frighteningly high temperature continued to spread from the huge ruler, causing the surrounding space to continuously distort. Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand. Soon after, a frightening suction force instantly surged from his palm, causing a wave of cold wind to blow across the empty space. Following the appearance of this cold wind, traces of tiny light spots, which could not be seen with the naked eye, appeared from the entire spatial vortex. Soon after, they were controlled by the suction force on Xiao Yan's palm, and were all absorbed into Xiao Yan's palm. When those tiny light spots were swallowed by Xiao Yan, a wisp of faint silver light instantly flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes, and was hidden deep within Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His body stood steadily in the empty space. 1,000 feet in front of him, the Void Lightning Beast's body shrunk in a miserable manner, while it emitted a low roar from its mouth. Xiao Yan coldly laughed upon seeing this. Back then, when this fellow had taken the opportunity to completely torture him, he had not seen it show any mercy. At this moment, it had already begun to beg for mercy. These bastards were really people who only ate the weak and feared the strong. Humph, begging for mercy, huh? We are already in such a situation. If I let you off and your actual body senses it in the future, won't I be releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Do you think that I will do something that will invite trouble for myself? Xiao Yan had already laughed coldly before his voice sounded. The invisible huge ruler was suddenly swung in front of him. The huge force that was created when the huge ruler was swung also caused Xiao Yan's body to move. Xiao Yan borrowed this force to suddenly charge forward, transforming into a light figure that instantly arrived in front of the void lightning beast. The huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was rotated with a flip of his hand, and he grabbed the hilt of the ruler. Soon after, a force swiftly gathered in his palm, and the ruler ruthlessly smashed towards the head of the void lightning beast. After swallowing the extremely pure spatial strength, Xiao Yan's control over space had already become even more detailed. Additionally, the man-class agility Do skill, Sky Absolute Step, was instantly unleashed, causing his speed to be even more frightening than usual. If one were to compare Xiao Yan's current speed, it was likely that he was even faster than an 8-star half-emperor. The frightening speed coupled with Xiao Yan's even greater strength caused the void lightning beast to involuntarily feel a pressure at this moment. With the suppression of the bloodline and the addition of the heavenly flame, it was indeed too difficult for it to flip the situation around. Moreover, Xiao Yan's physical strength was not much weaker than it. Moreover, it had been repeatedly bombarded by Xiao Yan earlier. At this moment, this void lightning beast was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its current struggle was merely the struggle of a trapped beast. Bang! With a bang, Xiao Yan's body was forced back by 100 steps. The invisible fire ruler in his hand was once again swung out. When one looked at the void lightning beast again, its body involuntarily flew back by 500 kilometers after receiving a violent attack from Xiao Yan. It only slowly came to a stop after waves of frightening spatial ripples were formed. Although it was not seriously injured, its solid body was a little scattered. Large invisible light spots spread from its body to the entire spatial vortex. However, they were ultimately absorbed into Xiao Yan's body and turned into a part of his body. The void lightning beast had no chance of dodging this ruler glow that Xiao Yan was about to unleash. Today, this void lightning beast would definitely be completely absorbed by Xiao Yan. The originally greatest danger had already turned into a benefit for Xiao Yan. A month's time quietly passed. The prelude to the alchemist grand meeting in the savage ancient city had already become a thing of the past. Today, the void square appeared to be quite lively. Some of the old demons, who usually did not appear, had finally all arrived today. Today, there were no less than a dozen half-martial emperors present in the void square. The strongest amongst them had even reached the level of an 8-star half-martial emperor. Even a 5-star half-martial emperor was merely ranked in the middle amongst them. From this, one could imagine just how frightening the strength present in the void square today was. If such a peak strength were to join forces, it was likely that they would be considered a truly transcendent faction even in the entire southern region. However, the reason why this group of high-level half-martial emperors had gathered here today was firstly because they had been in seclusion for a long time. Hence, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to probe the strength of those old fellows. On the other hand, which was also the most important reason, was that there were high-level alchemists participating in the alchemist grand meeting this time around. According to the latest news that they had obtained, there were not only 2 high-level alchemists participating in the alchemist grand meeting this time around, but 3. In the eyes of these high-level half-martial emperors, the weight that 3 high-level alchemists represented was likely not inferior to the entire alchemist association. 3 people were able to represent a faction. From this, one could easily imagine the true status of a high-level alchemist. Rank 2 alchemists. Even some of the 8-star half-martial emperors present did not dare to be careless in front of them. Even if their strength was inferior to theirs, as long as they had reached the level of a rank 2 alchemist, they were not people that they could easily provoke. On the contrary, if they were able to befriend them, they would absolutely not become enemies with them. The reason for that was because no one knew exactly how many 8-star half-martial emperors were standing behind a rank 2 alchemist to protect them. At this moment, the true rallying power of an alchemist was truly displayed. At this moment, the viewing gallery was already covered by a black mass of human heads. Even the vast sky was surrounded by human figures that were suspended in the air. At this moment, they could not be bothered to change the rules of half-martial emperors or not. Such a scene was really rare to see in their lifetime. Even if someone wanted to kill them at this moment, there might be someone who would insist on waiting until the start of the alchemist grand meeting. Gu Li and Qi Lin were seated side by side in the judges' seats. At this moment, the faces of the two of them appeared to be a little worried. They were frowning deeply as their gazes repeatedly swept across the entire empty square. It was as though they were searching for something. After sweeping their surroundings, the originally frowning eyebrows of the two of them became even deeper at this moment. They exchanged glances and saw the trace of anxiousness in each other's eyes. Why is that fellow Yan Xiao not here yet? Today is the day that he will compete with Wei Yi and Mod. Don't tell me that he doesn't know. Qi Lin frowned tightly. His gaze swept over Wei Yi and Mod, who were seated in the distance, before softly transmitting his voice to Gu Li. Gu Li also shook his head in an indiscernible manner. His eyes exchanged glances with Qi Lin as he sighed and transmitted his voice back. That shouldn't be the case. I personally went to his residence to take a look last night. He was not there. From the looks of it, it is not as though he is unaware. Moreover, I discovered yesterday that there was a small pool of blood at Xiao Yan's door. Gu Li's words had yet to fade when Qi Lin, who was by the side, had already widened his eyes until they were the size of a copper bell. His pair of sharp eyes contained a furious expression that continuously flowed within them. If that pool of blood was Xiao Yan's, did it not mean that during this 1 month, Xiao Yan had already? Qi Lin's heart was instantly filled with a soaring fury when he thought of this. His pair of eyes, which were about to spit fire, also turned towards Mod's location. However, he coincidentally saw the cold smile that was lifted from the corner of Mod's mouth. The fury in his heart instantly erupted. Qi Lin was also about to attack. In front of such a scum, it was really difficult for Qi Lin to scrupulously abide by his status as the vice president of the Alchemist Association. His aura suddenly surged as he prepared to attack. Gu Li, who was by the side, blocked in front of Qi Lin and hinted with his eyes that Qi Lin should not act rashly. After all, these two were high-tier alchemists. They would definitely have many connections under them. Although the two of them were not afraid, the two of them would only be at a disadvantage if they acted rashly without any evidence. In addition, there was a group of half-martial emperors at the side. Among them, there were 8-star half-martial emperors who would not sit idly by. Once they attacked, it would be difficult for the two of them to clean up the mess. A ruthless expression flashed across Qi Lin's face when he sensed the meaning in Gu Li's eyes. However, in the end, it turned into a cold snort. He turned around and sat on his stone chair without saying anything else. At this moment, Mod and Wei Yi had also completely captured this scene in their eyes. They were naturally aware of the reason behind this. Xiao Yan had disappeared for a month, and they were certain that Xiao Yan had already been destroyed by the combined efforts of Fang Sun and Wang Qi. Currently, the two of them were already standing on the same side. With Xiao Yan's death, the number 1 position in the Alchemist Association naturally went without saying. However, Gu Li's heart was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his heart was filled with hope. If anything were to really happen to Xiao Yan, at the very least, they still had Wei Yi, this final trump card. President Gu Li, look, we have been sitting here for an entire morning. May I know when the competition between high-tier alchemists will begin? Suddenly, an aged yet imposing voice slowly reverberated across the entire empty square like a thunderbolt. When Gu Li heard this, the expression on his face involuntarily became increasingly ugly. This old thing, with your shrewdness, how could you not know what had happened on my side? Even at this moment, you still ask such a question despite knowing the answer. Are you trying to embarrass my alchemist association? When the voice rang out, the people in the empty square became somewhat restless. Waves of discussions quickly spread, causing the expression on Gu Li's face to become increasingly ugly. As the main characters of the competition, Missouri D and Wei Yi looked at Gu Li with a cold smile. Mod gave Wei Yi a look. Wei Yi understood at a glance and nodded slightly. Subsequently, he stood up with a smile on his face. He looked at Gu Li and laughed strangely. Mr. President, look, even old who has spoken. Why don't we start this grand meeting first? According to the rules, isn't it already time? There are quite a number of people from large factions present. We can't possibly leave them here to dry. After all, this is a competition between the three of us. Wouldn't it be easier for us to start it earlier? When his voice sounded, Gu Li's expression had already turned gloomy. Only at this moment did the various half-emperor experts in the square notice that there were actually only two of the three main characters present in the competition. Such a situation could not help but cause a wave of suspicion. Immediately, a 7-star half-emperor expert could not help but stand up. He opened his mouth and asked Gu Li, President Gu Li, I remember that there should be a competition between 3 high-tier alchemists today. Currently, only Grandmaster Mo and Grandmaster Wei are present. The other person should be the newly promoted rank 2 alchemist, Yan Xiao, right? When this person's voice sounded, everyone's gazes in the square immediately landed on Gu Li. The reason why the Grand Alchemist competition had not started today was already self-evident. Brother Yang is right. There is indeed another Yan Xiao. However, he has yet to arrive. This old man believes that we should wait a little longer. Wait for him to arrive, then, President, you have wholeheartedly waited for that brat to arrive. Could it be that you are so worried about me? With my alchemist level, I might not necessarily lose to Mod if I go all out. Yet, from the looks of it, you have placed all your hopes on that Yan Xiao. You have caused me, the chief alchemist, to lose all my face. This, Gu Li's pair of sharp eyes instantly looked towards Wei Yi. Even Wei Yi was unable to endure the aura that seemed to want to devour a person. As a 1-star half-emperor, he was unable to endure even a strand of Gu Li's aura in front of him. One could imagine just how powerful an 8-star half-emperor was. However, Wei Yi was at the very least a high-tier alchemist. His spiritual strength exceeded that of an ordinary person. Although he was unable to fight head-on with Gu Li, Wei Yi believed that he was still able to block it. President Gu Li, why do you need to vent your anger on your own people? If that Yan Xiao does not come, so be it. Just directly declare him to admit defeat. He is merely a member of the younger generation. Even if his spiritual strength is lucky enough to catch up, alchemy skills do not only depend on one's spiritual strength. This point is something that you, as the president of the Alchemist Association, should be incomparably clear about. An old man wearing linen robes appeared out of nowhere 1,000 feet in front of Gu Li after his voice sounded. A frightening aura that was not inferior to Gu Li's also spread out, cancelling out Gu Li's aura. The frightening aura that Wei Yi was facing also slowly scattered. Old demon who, are you trying to protect him? The old man who was addressed as Old Demon who merely smiled when he heard this. He was non-committal. Wei Yi's eyes also swept around him with a guilty conscience. With his ability, it was still somewhat impossible for him to invite this old fellow to help him, this old demon who was an old person that Mod had managed to invite with great difficulty after paying a great price. With him present, even Gu Li did not dare to act recklessly. The old me thinks that President Gu Li should not be in a hurry to be entangled with this problem. The most important thing now is the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Since Yan Xiao does not dare to appear, President Gu Li should make an announcement. Gu Li's expression was cold. He narrowed his old eyes and looked at Old Demon who as he opened his mouth and spoke in an indifferent manner. Announce? Announce what? It is naturally the matter of Yan Xiao fleeing. However, from the looks of it, President Gu Li does not seem to be willing. Since that is the case, the old me shall announce it on your behalf. Before his voice sounded, old demon whose body had already flashed and appeared in the middle of the empty square without waiting for Ghoulie to act. Both of his feet stood in the empty air. At the same time, a light and airy voice was slowly emitted, due to the fact that fellow Yen Shao has already left the savage ancient city for over a month. The old me went back to the old place to discuss with the head of the Alchemist Association. Since this Yen Shao was once a nominal elder of the Alchemist Association, it is inconvenient for President Ghoulie to appear. Hence, the old me shall announce that in this high-rank alchemist competition of the Alchemist Grand Meeting, Yen Shao, ha 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 ha, thank you for your concern, President Ghoulie. There are indeed some matters that I need to settle, which is why I am late. However, elimination is not certain. Chapter 147. At the edge of the sky, an almost invisible shadow flashed by. Soon after, a figure instantly appeared on the empty square. After circling the square once, it finally stopped in front of Ghoulie. A delicate and handsome face, a black robe, a body full of dense flame energy, and a frightening spiritual strength that caused the space around him to fluctuate. Who else could this person be other than Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan's appearance caused quite a commotion in the entire empty square. It seemed like old monster whose words were not the truth. When Ghoulie saw Xiao Yan in front of him, a look of disbelief appeared on his aged face. Qi Lin, who was beside him, also suddenly stood up the moment Xiao Yan appeared. Given Ghoulie's strength, the changes in Xiao Yan's body caused even him to be extremely shocked. He could clearly feel that within a month, Xiao Yan's physical strength had actually made a qualitative leap. Under Ghoulie's observation, Xiao Yan, who looked no different from a weak scholar on the surface, was likely not weaker than Wei Yi in terms of physical strength. In fact, if Xiao Yan unleashed his full strength, even Wei Yi would find it difficult to match up against him. However, what caused Ghoulie to be most surprised was Xiao Yan's frightening speed. Although he had heard of Xiao Yan's frightening speed a month ago, it was only today that he saw Xiao Yan's true speed. Moreover, the speed that Xiao Yan had just displayed was even more frightening than what the crowd had described. With such speed, even Ghoulie would have to treat it seriously. Just based on this point, Xiao Yan's speed was so fast that it could cause one to be speechless. Ha, Chairman Ghoulie, it seems that you missed me greatly after not seeing me for a month. Since you called me back from afar, I did not dare to delay and hurriedly rushed back. Xiao Yan's words were naturally casual. However, Ghoulie's eyebrows twitched. Immediately, he reacted and replied with a smile. He naturally wished for Xiao Yan to help him get off the stage. Everyone in the viewing gallery understood that the reason why Ghoulie had delayed for so long was likely to be because he was waiting for Yen Shao to return. Looking at the aura that Yen Shao was emitting from his body, he did not waste this 1 month. Compared to the relaxed feeling in Ghoulie's heart, Mod and Wei Yi's expressions instantly became gloomy. Moreover, there was even more seriousness. No matter how they thought about it, it was impossible for Fang Sun and Wang Qi, who had been famous for a long time, to be defeated by a mere 3-star bandit like Xiao Yan. Or perhaps, could it be that those two old things had reached some kind of agreement with Yen Shao? Mod and Wei Yi involuntarily looked at each other when they thought until this point. However, they saw the grave expression on the other party's face. This Yen Shao was even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined in their hearts. As for old Demon Hu, his heart was also incomparably solemn. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier was likely not inferior to him. However, the most important thing was that Xiao Yan's strength was only that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan's timely return also allowed a large stone to fall from Ghoulie's heart. The most important alchemist grand meeting could finally continue. After chatting for a while with Xiao Yan, Ghoulie's body turned and flew in front of old Demon Hu. With his back facing the latter, Ghoulie did not care about the gloomy expression on old Demon Hu's face behind him. Ghoulie's gaze swept across everyone in the entire empty square. Immediately, his hand pressed down on the empty space in front of him, causing everyone in the square to become quiet. After which, Ghoulie slowly opened his mouth and laughed. Ha, everyone, that was merely a small interlude earlier. There is no need for everyone to take it to heart. The most important thing is that my Alchemist Association's honorary elder, Yan Xiao, has already returned. Therefore, the old me announces that the Alchemist Grand Meeting will continue. Clamor. After Gu Li's words sounded, the entire empty square instantly sounded with enthusiastic applause. However, this sound was extremely ear-piercing in the ears of Mod and Wei Yi, that old demon whose elderly face appeared incomparably gloomy. His pair of sinister old eyes were like an eagle's as they stared intently at Gu Li in front of him. There was an indescribable viciousness deep within his eyes. Gu Li also seemed to have sensed this. However, he merely used the corner of his eyes to gently glance at old demon Hu behind him. With his strength, even old demon Hu, who was also an 8-star half-martial emperor, would definitely not dare to act rashly. After all, this was the territory of his Alchemist Association. Additionally, Gu Li also had Qi Lin, a helper who was not any weaker than him. Hence, these two people could be said to be invincible existences within this savage ancient city. If old demon Hu really dared to attack, it was likely that the one who would suffer in the end would be him. As an old fellow who had lived for such a long time, he was not the slightest bit foolish. Gu Li's opening speech had ended. Everything in this arena should finally be handed over to Xiao Yan and the other two. Gu Li and Xiao Yan exchanged glances and smiled. After which, they swept a glance at Wei Yi, who was standing in the distance. Their bodies moved and they returned to the judges' seats. Old demon Hu coldly snorted. He waved his large sleeve and his body flashed. Soon after, he also disappeared from the middle of the empty square. At the same time, the invisible space above the empty square began to distort. Soon after, it condensed into a stone platform out of thin air. It appeared as though it was embedded in the air and did not move at all. Xiao Yan also knew that this was not some kind of test. At their level, an ordinary test would not be able to reveal anything. If one wished to witness the strength of a high-tier alchemist, one would only be able to discover the slightest detail through alchemy. The 3 stone platforms formed a triangle and were scattered in 3 different directions of the empty square. Xiao Yan and the other two did not hesitate. Mod and Wei Yi's bodies moved and each of them rushed onto a stone platform. Xiao Yan also changed his footwork. An extremely dim silver light flashed under Xiao Yan's feet. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also instantly appeared on the remaining stone platform. At the spot where Xiao Yan had disappeared, Xiao Yan's illusory figure actually slowly lifted his head at this moment. His eyes slowly met with Xiao Yan's eyes. Soon after, the illusory figure smiled and suddenly disappeared. The strangeness of this scene caused everyone in the entire viewing gallery to be shocked. It was just an illusory figure, yet it was actually able to move. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen such power. Xiao Yan was too lazy to explain. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was somewhat excited. Currently, he was able to rely on the profoundness of the 9 transformations body art to make his illusory figure move. If he continued to practice in the future, he would be able to exist for a longer period of time and his body would become even more solid. Then, wouldn't he have an additional countless number of avatars? This would be a great help in a battle. It was likely that very few people could reach such a level. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt somewhat excited. However, the most important thing now was still the Alchemist Grand Meeting. After waiting for nearly 2 months, he could finally fight with a high-rank alchemist. Although Xiao Yan had a grudge against the two of them in his heart, he was currently more interested in their alchemy skills. As for the debt between the two of them, it would not be too late to settle it in the future. Xiao Yan's previous technique had caused Mod to be extremely surprised. However, he did not have the luxury to think about it now. With a wave of his large sleeve, a black flame instantly swept out from the vortex within his body. It transformed into a dragon snake with a towering aura that continuously writhed in the space in front of Mod. Wave after wave of terrifying aura also spread from his body, causing the expressions of some of the half-emperors present to involuntarily change. Soon after, Mod's hand rotated across the space, and a black dragon snake instantly appeared. It opened its large mouth, and a dense black fog was spat out. Subsequently, the fog continued to transform around its body. Finally, it transformed into a black snake cauldron that looked somewhat terrifying. Although Wei Yi's green gold flame was inferior to Mod's, it still possessed an extraordinary might. The enormous green gold beast's body suddenly shook, and an overbearing flame strength instantly spread, forming an invisible medicinal cauldron around its body. Soon after, the green gold beast opened its large mouth, and a fire pillar that reached the sky was spat out from its mouth. Soon after, it collided with the invisible medicinal cauldron. It swiftly wrapped around the cauldron like paint, and another medicinal cauldron with a vast and mighty aura was swiftly formed at this moment. It was Xiao Yan's turn next. After seeing Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, everyone had an even deeper impression of Xiao Yan's flame. Now that Xiao Yan and Wei Yi had already lit up their cauldrons, it was likely that the fire cauldron that Xiao Yan was going to form with his heavenly flame would be extraordinary as well. However, while everyone was anticipating in their hearts, Xiao Yan frowned slightly, and hesitated a little in his heart. Forming a cauldron with a heavenly flame was something that Xiao Yan could do in the blink of an eye. It was not a big deal, however, the key was that he was going to refine a true D-tier medicinal pill today. Although Xiao Yan was fortunate enough to see this kind of medicinal pill before, he had merely seen it. Forget about understanding its medicinal properties, Xiao Yan had never even come into contact with the basic pill formula. Now that it was his first time refining an D-tier medicinal pill, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little nervous in his heart. He did not wish to lose to these two fellows in his first attempt at refining an D-tier medicinal pill. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart. Everyone in the viewing gallery also began to look at each other in confusion. Even Gu Li had exchanged glances with Qi Lin by the side at this moment. However, both of them frowned and did not say anything. Just what was Xiao Yan planning to do? It was difficult for them to guess. Finally, after a long while, Xiao Yan finally made a decision in his heart. A domineering glint flashed across his eyes, and Xiao Yan's figure, which was standing on the stone platform, appeared out of thin air. Soon after, his finger touched the storage ring on his finger. With a thought, a medicinal cauldron, which was as strong as Mount Tai, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the next instant, on the judges' seats, the expressions on Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces instantly froze. Mod and Wei Yi were also in a similar state. Chapter 148. The large medicinal cauldron, which was as strong as Mount Tai, smashed down like a meteorite falling from the sky. The stone platform, which was originally stable in the air, involuntarily trembled intensely at this moment. Threads of crack lines swiftly spread out like a spider web. This stone platform appeared to be on the verge of shattering. It was as though it would completely shatter with just a little more force. The original luster of the green gold medicinal cauldron appeared a little dim at this moment under the influence of the domineering blade aura. However, it was still unable to hide its domineering aura. Its powerful aura was as thick as the deep sea. It unknowingly caused one to feel a sense of steadiness. The domineering aura of this enormous cauldron attracted the attention of everyone present. The originally awe-inspiring fire medicinal cauldron of Mod and Wei Yi was now just like an ordinary small incense burner. No one was interested in it. When the medicinal cauldron appeared in front of Xiao Yan, Gu Li, Qi Lin, Mod and Wei Yi, the other four high-tier alchemists present besides Xiao Yan, revealed expressions of great disbelief on their faces at this moment. When they looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, it was as though they had seen a prehistoric giant beast. This medicinal cauldron, this is. On the judges' seats, Qi Lin and Gu Li abruptly stood up from their seats the moment they saw the medicinal cauldron. An enormous aura and pressure caused the stone chairs under them to instantly turn into a pile of dust. At this moment, Qi Lin's turbid old eyes were staring intently at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. Due to the shock in his heart, he was unable to speak clearly when he spoke. The words that had already reached his throat were like a duck that had its neck grabbed. It was stuck in his throat and was unable to be spat out. This cauldron, if I am not mistaken, should be the Luo Tian cauldron on the heavenly cauldron ranking. In the end, it was still the chairman, Gu Li, who appeared to be more steady. Although his heart was also endlessly shaken by the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, Gu Li still forcefully suppressed it. His slightly trembling hand also gradually stabilized. At this moment, Gu Li's composure as a president was finally displayed. On the other side, Mod and Wei Yi also looked at each other. At this moment, the two of them were even more shaken. The stronger Xiao Yan was, the greater the threat he posed to the two of them. In addition to the matter with Fang Sun and Wang Qi, the conflict between them and Xiao Yan had already reached a point where one of them had to die. Now that they saw the Luo Tian divine cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, Mod and Wei Yi's hearts became even more solemn. The Luo Tian divine cauldron was a terrifying existence that ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list. Only those from great clans would be able to guard such an existence. Any faction that could guard such a divine cauldron was one of the top factions in the entire continent. At this moment, Xiao Yan was actually able to take out such a divine cauldron. In addition to Xiao Yan's endless terrifying strength, it was hard not to think too much about it. At this moment, the thought of retreating finally rose in Wei Yi's heart. If Yan Xiao was really a direct descendant of some great clan, they would really be seeking their own deaths. Mod also frowned tightly in response to this. The seriousness in his heart was not any less than Wei Yi's. The various things that Xiao Yan had displayed were already in line with the core disciples of some great factions. If that was really the case, it was likely that they would not be able to survive. Of course, Mod was also a vicious and merciless person. Since they could not afford to offend the great faction behind Xiao Yan, Yan Xiao was currently all alone. Although they could not touch him in this savage ancient city, there would definitely be a time when he would leave. At that time, moreover, Fang Sun and Wang Qi had not seen each other for a month. If they were really killed by Xiao Yan using some kind of method, the factions behind the two of them would not simply let the matter rest. This point was something that Mod was hoping for. On the day that the lightning pool was about to open, the factions that Fang Sun and Wang Qi belonged to would definitely send people over. At that time, as long as Mod told them about the matter of Fang Sun and Wang Qi and added some more information, Yan Xiao would naturally be dealt with by even stronger people. Moreover, Wu Mahui's teacher was no ordinary person. If his own disciple had died in Xiao Yan's hands, it was likely that there would be a lot of trouble for Xiao Yan. Mod involuntarily let out a cold laugh in his heart when he thought of this. The gaze that he used to look at Xiao Yan had also become a little denser. When he touched the Luo Tian cauldron, greed rose in his heart. Yan Xiao, this time around, not only will I obtain your heavenly flame, the old me will also not let this Luo Tian cauldron go. The change in the expressions of the four people in the square also caused everyone present to involuntarily frown. They looked at each other, before looking at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. All of them appeared extremely confused. Even old demon who was frowning slightly at this moment. Clearly, he was also a little unfamiliar with the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. He looked at Mod, but the latter's eyes flashed slightly and did not inform him. This also caused the suspicion on old demon whose face to become even denser. However, he did not say anything in the end. All he did was secretly remember the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan in his heart. It was a long while later when Gu Li did his best to calm the emotions in his heart. His lean body stood straight as his gaze slowly swept across the entire square. His gaze swept across the square and he said, "Haha, all right. Since the three of you have already taken out your medicinal cauldrons, the old me shall not say any more courteous words. Due to the fact that the three of you are all high-tier alchemists with extraordinary strength, my alchemist association does not dare to be careless. Hence, I have taken out 3 god-tier pill formulas that my alchemist association has kept for a long time. Of course, for the sake of fairness, these 3 pill formulas are all of the same tier. The content of the competition will be to see the medicinal effect of the final medicinal pill. As everyone knows, the medicinal pills in this world are divided into complete pill, spirit pill, extreme pill and divine pill. The content of the competition between the 3 of you today will be this. The one with the highest tier medicinal pill will become the final victor of this grand competition. The medicinal pill and pill formula that he refined will also belong to him. The moment these words were uttered, not only did everyone in the viewing gallery, but even Xiao Yan, MOD, and Wei Yi instantly felt an incomparable desire. Being able to see an god-tier pill formula was a pleasant surprise for most alchemists. Even some of the high-tier alchemists, who had been famous for a long time, might not even have a few god-tier pill formulas in their hands. Even MOD and Wei Yi did not have more than 3 god-tier pill formulas in their hands. From this, one could tell just how shocking the allure of an god-tier pill formula was. For Xiao Yan, who had never had an god-tier pill formula, Gu Li's words were an irresistible temptation. He would definitely not let go of this god-tier pill formula. Gu Li casually glanced at the determined expression on Xiao Yan's face and involuntarily smiled in his heart. The reason why he did this was so that Xiao Yan would be able to give it his all. At that time, his Alchemist Guild's chances of victory would once again soar. Additionally, with Wei Yi around, their Alchemist Guild would have a 90% chance of winning this competition. The corners of Gu Li's mouth lifted into a faint smile. With a wave of his sleeve, the 3 pill formulas were swept up by a force and flew towards the middle of the arena. In response, the Xiao Yan trio did not hesitate. The 3 of them had already shot out and charged towards the 3 pill formulas when the 3 pill formulas flew out. For the sake of fairness in the competition, this old man has already placed a restriction on these 3 pill formulas. The 3 high-tier alchemists can only pick one of them. I believe that the 3 of you understand this point. Xiao Yan and the other 2 completely ignored Gu Li's words. Gu Li could only curl her mouth and quietly curse in her heart. She did not say anything more as she turned around and returned to the judges' seats. Without Gu Li's control, the 3 pill formulas fell from the sky like meteors. Upon seeing this, the Xiao Yan trio's bodies suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the 3 pill formulas. Wei Yi took the lead. Using his peripheral vision, he glanced at Xiao Yan, who was closely chasing after him. His body shook and he instantly appeared in front of one of the pill formulas. His large hand reached forward and grabbed it. Behind him, Xiao Yan was not to be outdone. Light flashed under his feet and the sky extinction step was instantly used. His body seemed to have broken free of the restraints of space and instantly appeared beside Wei Yi. With a wave of his arm, an invisible force instantly shot out. Under Wei Yi's furious gaze, the pill formulas that were about to be obtained by Wei Yi were sent flying into the sky. His figure instantly appeared in front of the other pill formula. Taking advantage of the time when Wei Yi had yet to arrive, he grabbed it. TSK tisk TSK TSK, Wei Yi may not be able to do so, but this old man is still here. This old man will take this pill formula first. The speed at which Xiao Yan charged forward became even more ferocious as he looked at the pill formula that he was about to obtain. Even though this was the case, MOD's figure was still a step faster than him. He held the scroll in his hand. A furious expression involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he saw this. However, he clearly understood just what kind of situation he was in. He did not attack MOD. Instead, his body instantly flashed as he charged toward another pill formula scroll. Humph, you will also not be able to enjoy this scroll. Before Xiao Yan arrived, Wei Yi's body had already arrived in front of the pill formula in an instant. With a wave of his large sleeve, he intended to keep the pill formula in his bag and make Xiao Yan suffer once again. With just you, MOD can barely compete with me. What right do you have? At this moment, a fury involuntarily surged within Xiao Yan's heart. With a cold snort, his charging body instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared beside Wei Yi. A fist violently smashed furiously toward Wei Yi's face. Wei Yi's expression suddenly changed drastically upon seeing this. He did not have the time to keep the pill formula in his hand into his storage ring. Both of his arms were instantly lifted. The Do-Chi within his body surged out like floodwater, transforming into a Do-Chi light shield in front of him that completely protected his head. A cold smile flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he saw this. A thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body instantly erupted. The force on his fist once again soared at this moment. His fist violently smashed onto the Dochi light shield. Crack! A clear sound appeared. The Dochi light shield that covered Wei Yi's entire head was blasted apart after enduring for less than 10 breaths. The enormous fist's strength did not diminish as it violently smashed onto Wei Yi's arm. Bang! With a bang, Wei Yi's body instantly shot backwards. He had been blasted out of the area of the empty square by Xiao Yan's punch. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Xiao Yan coldly snorted after Wei Yi was sent flying. He kept the pill formula in his hand. After which, he glanced with disdain at the stunned MOD in the distance. His body flashed and he returned to his stone platform. Xiao Yan ignored the shocked gazes of the entire place. He forcefully calmed himself and suppressed the excitement in his heart. His expression appeared quite calm as he took out the pill formula. Both of his hands moved together and slowly opened it, but in the end, what came into view were only 7 large words written in a bold and vigorous style: D-tier medicinal pill, Emperor Calamity pill. Please comment. Please collect. Please recommend. Chapter 149. Emperor Tier Medicinal Pill, Emperor Calamity Pill. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled as he looked at the 7 bold words on the scroll in his hand. His mind seemed to be under some kind of control and he was unable to shift away from it for a long time. It was indeed worthy of being an Emperor Tier medicinal pill formula. This kind of might caused even Xiao Yan, who was a half-emperor expert, to be involuntarily intimidated. It was really difficult to imagine just how frightening a true Emperor Tier medicinal pill would be. It was a long while later when Xiao Yan's entire body suddenly shook. A flame light flashed deep within his eyes at the same time. Xiao Yan also withdrew from his absent-mindedness. His gaze was even more shocked when he looked at the scroll in his hand. Is this the might of an Emperor Tier medicinal pill formula? It is really frightening. If a level 9 alchemist were to open it, it is likely that his soul would be forcefully pulled out by this medicinal pill formula. Xiao Yan could not help but sigh in his heart when he sensed the frightening might of this Emperor Tier medicinal pill formula. At the same time, MOD on the other side also slowly opened the scroll in his hand. Soon after, a bright light flashed across his eyes. Clearly, the medicinal pill formula in his hand was quite extraordinary to him. Swoosh! A sharp sound of rushing wind instantly sounded in the empty space. The frightening speed caused the space to rapidly compress. Waves of ear-piercing sonic booms were emitted. Its might was shocking. Looking at the Dochi that soared to the sky, one could be certain that this person's heart was filled with an incomparable fury at this moment. While everyone in the viewing gallery was looking at the blurry human figure with some uncertainty, there were also quite a number of sharp-eyed people who recognized him at this moment. Isn't this Elder Wei Yi? From the looks of it, he wants to go all out against Yan Xiao. Looks like it will be very difficult for today's alchemist grand meeting to continue. When these words were spoken, everyone in the viewing gallery instantly reacted. Although they were unable to recognize this blurry figure, they knew that this figure was charging towards Xiao Yan when they saw the direction in which he was charging. Ha! This old man Wei Yi is really courting death. Yan Xiao has forced back a 6-star half-martial emperor. His strength is extraordinary. How can he be compared to him? Yan Xiao's words from before are really true. He overestimates himself. Seeing Wei Yi's furious figure, many mocking words were emitted from the viewing gallery, causing everyone to involuntarily laugh coldly. Humph, forcing back a 6-star half-martial emperor was merely under the premise that he had used that Do skill. The current Yan Xiao does not have the time to use it. Hee, have you all forgotten that Yan Xiao himself is already a 3-star half-martial emperor? Why would he need to use an extremely powerful Do skill to deal with a mere 1-star half-martial emperor? In an instant, the viewing gallery, which had originally become silent because of Xiao Yan, once again became lively at this moment. However, Xiao Yan and Wei Yi, who were the focal point of the discussion, completely ignored them. The former was naturally too lazy to prove anything. those things were merely worldly things. Vanity did not have the slightest attraction to Xiao Yan. As for Wei Yi, fury rose within his heart at this moment. With his strength, the words from those people's mouths were naturally heard by him. However, the more he heard, the more furious he became. This was because most of these words were filled with disdain and ridicule toward him. In this way, the fury in Wei Yi's heart became even more uncontrollable. At this moment, the only thought in his heart was to knock down Xiao Yan. The gap in strength between him and Xiao Yan had been thrown beyond the 9 heavens by him. Suddenly, Wei Yi's body, which was charging explosively toward Xiao Yan, suddenly shook. His forward charging speed once again soared. The frightening speed caused the strong wind around him to become as sharp as an extreme weapon. Thunder like sonic booms repeatedly sounded. The frightening aura of a half-martial emperor instantly wreaked havoc over the entire empty square, causing the expressions of quite a number of people present to change drastically at this moment. If Gu Li had not acted in an instant and protected the entire square, it was likely that at least half of these people would have been directly crushed to death by this aura. Ha! Yan Xiao, prepare to die. Wei Yi's mouth suddenly emitted a wild and furious beast-like roar. Before his voice sounded, Wei Yi's entire body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The dou qi that shot to the sky was just like a sharp blade that tore through empty space. It instantly agglomerated and transformed into an enormous blade that covered the sky. The blade slashed down toward Xiao Yan's head. Before the blade landed, the empty square below had already been replaced by a large crack line. At this moment, the entire empty square had been forcefully cut into 2 by this sharp blade. Looking from the ground, this vast empty square that covered a part of the sky had already been split into 2 at this moment. A straight crack passed through the entire square. A glaring light also passed through the defenses of the square at this moment and scattered onto the ground. Even though this was the case, the stone platform under Xiao Yan's feet that was on the verge of shattering was not the slightest bit affected by this frightening blade. Even a speck of dust did not move the slightest bit. Wei Yi's eyes involuntarily shrunk when he saw this scene. His heart was incomparably shocked. However, the strength of that wild and violent attack that was above his head was not the slightest bit reduced. Instead, the dou qi in his body was like a river that had entered the sea as it wildly poured out and poured into the enormous blade in his hand. At this moment, Wei Yi finally became a little more clear-headed. Xiao Yan's strength did not merely rely on his dou technique. Instead, it was his actual strength. There was no need to doubt Xiao Yan's strength. However, at this moment, the arrow had already been knocked and it was too late for him to withdraw. He could only go all out and stake everything on this one throw. He used all his strength to fight against Xiao Yan. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Yan had yet to attack him, he would take down Xiao Yan in one fell swoop. Perhaps this was the only way for him to have a chance of victory. With the pouring of this dou qi, a dazzling golden light was suddenly emitted from Ling Tian's enormous blade. Even the sunlight that illuminated the sky was covered by the light at this moment. The crowd on the viewing platform were unable to even open their eyes. Only those half-martial emperors dared to look directly at the scene before them. However, their eyes were filled with a dense solemnness. This attack of Wei Yi's was likely something that even some 2-star ban emperors would not dare to underestimate. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Yan still had a calm and relaxed manner. If he were to be struck by this blade of Wei Yi's, it was likely that he would be seriously injured at the very least. In an instant, the distance between Xiao Yan and Wei Yi was reduced to a mere 10 feet. At this moment, the enormous blade above Wei Yi's head had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. An extremely frightening aura was like an ancient giant beast as it ferociously smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. The sharp wind caused Xiao Yan to feel a little suffocated. His eyebrows were also slightly knitted together because of this. This feeling of approaching death was not a good one. However, it must be said that only this kind of feeling would truly stimulate him and cause his heart to completely burn. Ha! Yan Xiao, prepare to die. Ha 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 ha. Remember, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Don't regret your carelessness today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for provoking someone you should not have. Die. Even when death was at hand, Xiao Yan still had a calm and indifferent appearance. It was as though the enormous blade above his head had nothing to do with him. However, within his eyes, there were strands of magnificent flames that were unceasingly condensing. At this moment, Wei Yi, who was on the verge of madness, did not detect the slight change within Xiao Yan's eyes. The only thing he knew in his heart was that Xiao Yan was already too late to do anything. When his blade descended, it would be the time when Xiao Yan, a 3-star half-emperor, would fall. From now on, his name, Wei Yi, would be known by even more people. Because today, he had used the strength of a 1-star half-emperor to forcefully kill a 3-star half-emperor. Such a battle achievement was sufficient to cause some large powers to take a fancy to him. This little alchemist association would no longer be a reason to restrict him. At the same time, on the viewing platform, Gu Li and Qi Lin had already made sufficient preparations. They were prepared to intervene and stop Wei Yi at any moment. Qi Lin had already wanted to intervene long ago. However, he and Gu Li also believed in Xiao Yan's strength. They believed that Xiao Yan would definitely not be careless. Even if Wei Yi went all out, Xiao Yan would still be prepared. However, from the looks of Xiao Yan's current appearance, it was likely that he was truly a little careless. Of course, as the organizer of this alchemist grand meeting, Gu Li should have intervened long ago to stop the current situation. However, he could clearly sense that within the empty space, that old demon who was still guarding against him. If he were to intervene, it was likely that the old demon who would also block him. At that time, it would be quite troublesome. While everyone was hesitating, the enormous blade in Wei Yi's hand had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. It was merely a few inches away from Xiao Yan's head. At this moment, if Xiao Yan still did not intervene, the next moment would be when Xiao Yan would fall. In the next moment, attack! Attack! Gu Li and Qi Lin roared out sternly at practically the same time. Their bodies instantly flashed and the space in front of them exploded with a bang. The two of them had already appeared 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan. As long as the two of them were willing, they could completely block Wei Yi before the enormous blade in his hand landed. Ha, the two of you are really looking down on this old man. Before the two of them could arrive in front of Xiao Yan, old demon whose figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Li and Qi Lin like a ghost, blocking the two of them. Humph! Old demon who, although your strength is not weaker than mine, don't forget that my alchemist association has 2 8-star half-emperors. You can block me, but you can't block Qi Lin. Gu Li's voice had yet to fade when Qi Lin's body moved. He completely ignored old demon who in front of him as his body flashed explosively and charged towards Xiao Yan. TSK 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 TSK, it's not up to you to say whether I can block him or not. Won't you know once you try? TSK 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 TSK, old demon who chuckled when he heard Gu Li's words. His body flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Qi Lin. His shriveled hand was like an iron wall that forcefully blocked the charging Qi Lin. Gu Li also quickly chased after old demon who when he disappeared. When old demon who blocked Qi Lin, Gu Li's palm struck out and violently collided with old demon whose palm. In the next moment, the expression on Gu Li's face instantly changed. His old face was also filled with shock. Old demon who had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Gu Li. His palm suddenly exerted force and forced Gu Li back 3 steps. On the other side, in Qi Lin's eyes, the enormous blade that was about to reach Xiao Yan's head was already too late to block it. Even if he unleashed his full strength, it was already completely too late. Wei Yi, quickly stop for this old man. If you don't stop, this old man will cripple you today. In his exasperation, Qi Lin's old face could not help but turn red from anger. The teeth in his mouth were clenched so hard that they creaked. A pair of crimson-red eyes stared intently at Wei Yi as he furiously roared. When Wei Yi heard this, his eyes became even more ruthless. He revealed an extremely ferocious and bloody smile at Qi Lin. The enormous blade in his hand suddenly swung down. In the next instant, Gu Li and old demon who coldly faced each other in the sky. Qi Lin's face was filled with shock. The shock in his heart actually caused him to be unable to spit out a single word. On the viewing platform, in the VIP seats, Elder Xian's slightly tensed body also slowly relaxed at this moment. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. Within his pair of turbid old eyes, there was also an unconcealable shock that could not be hidden. Yan Xiao is really a monster. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Such a powerful junior. Even this young master of his family was likely inferior to him. At this moment, the group of half-martial emperors were even more shocked than Qi Lin and the rest. The gazes with which they looked at Xiao Yan were as though they were looking at a monster. Xiao Yan's right arm had already transformed into a golden dragon arm in the empty space. The King Kong glass body and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor could be said to have reached the pinnacle of perfection in Xiao Yan's hands. He could freely control them. A thought passed through his mind and he would be able to use them as he pleased. At this moment, Xiao Yan's dragon arm was tightly controlling the enormous blade above his head. To be precise, Xiao Yan had only used 2 dragon fingers. The shocking blade that could cut through everything in the world was casually stopped by Xiao Yan's 2 fingers. After experiencing the lightning baptism of the void lightning beast, Xiao Yan's physical body had once again soared within this short month. With just his physical body, the diamond glass body and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, Wei Yi's strength was no longer a threat to him. The current Wei Yi was no different from an ant in Xiao Yan's eyes. At this moment, Wei Yi seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of ice water. He instantly sobered up. However, he never expected that Xiao Yan's strength was actually this strong. The Do skill that he was so proud of was actually not even comparable to 2 of Xiao Yan's fingers in front of him. I have already said that Mod was barely able to fight with me because his strength was similar to mine on the surface. However, based on what? Based on that old man? Humph, you are really ignorant. Since you are so stubborn, I don't mind getting rid of a scourge for the Alchemist Association. Therefore. Before Xiao Yan's voice sounded, Wei Yi's expression had already suddenly turned pale. He forcefully endured the fear in his heart and roared at Xiao Yan, "Don't worry. Yan Xiao. What do you want to do? I am the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association. You cannot kill me. If you kill me, it is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Alchemist Association. At that time. After saying so much, you still do not want me to kill you. If you are afraid of death, then you are afraid of death. Why do you have so many reasons? You are really noisy." His voice had just sounded when the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became stern. The force on his 2 dragon fingers instantly gathered. Immediately, a clear cracking sound was emitted. Ling Tian's enormous blade also suddenly shattered, turning into numerous fragments that scattered and disappeared into the empty space. The next moment, without waiting for Wei Yi to say anything, 2 fire beams that had shrunk to their limits shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. The words that Wei Yi was about to say were also sealed forever. The fire light flashed and Wei Yi's body slowly fell. His body was just like an afterimage as it slowly disappeared. Only an extremely strong person knew that he did not disappear. Instead, he was completely incinerated by the heavenly flame. His body was merely a shell of nothingness. It is a little long. There are some things that old demon Hu, Gu Li, and Qi Lin have not explained earlier. I will explain it later. It is fine as long as you are clear. I hope you like it. Chapter 150. In the distant sky, the void plaza that had covered the sky like black clouds had already been replaced by a wide crack. It was as if the clouds had been pushed aside to reveal the sun. However, everyone knew exactly what kind of frightening power was contained within that crack. At this very moment, Gu Li, an old freak who were standing opposite each other on the void plaza. Their eyes were filled with denseness. Gu Li's turbid old eyes were tightly staring at old freak Hu before him. His eyes were almost closed as he sized up old freak Hu. Within the depths of his eyes was a grave expression that could not be removed. No matter what, he had never imagined that old freak whose strength was slightly inferior to him a month ago, would actually become even stronger than him after a month. In terms of strength alone, old freak who had already surpassed him by an entire level. TSK 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 TSK, old freak Ghoulie, how is it? Can the current me still stop the two of you? When old freak who saw the bewildered expression on Ghoulie's face, a cold smile appeared on his withered dark yellow old face. His withered, firewood-like hand played with the void in front of him as a faint aura quietly spread out. This caused the expressions of the dozens of half-martial emperors present to change greatly at this moment. From their senses, although old freak whose strength was still that of an 8-star half-martial emperor, his current aura was even more powerful than an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor. Even when compared to Ghoulie, he was much stronger. If the two of them were to fight, it was likely that Ghoulie would not be able to defeat him. Of course, even though this was the case, there was still Qi-Lin, an expert of the same level, beside Ghoulie. Thus, old freak who would not dare to rashly attack. After all, the strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor was not something that could be easily measured. Even though his current strength was stronger than the two of them, in front of two 8-star half-martial emperors, even he had no choice but to retreat. Humph, I truly did not expect that you would be able to forcefully break through to the advanced 8-star half-martial emperor in a month's time. However, even if you forcefully break through now, it will likely be impossible for you to break through again in the future. A cold smile surfaced in Ghoulie's eyes when he sensed the aura from old freak whose body. The expression in his eyes became even more sinister as he sneered. After reaching the half-emperor level, the world's understanding of strength had become even more precise. After all, a half-emperor expert was far too powerful. Even the entire world had difficulty suppressing them. The more this was the case, the more difficult it would be for a half-martial emperor to increase his strength. If an ordinary half-martial emperor wanted to increase his strength by 1 star, it was likely that he would need to enter seclusion for 100 years. Even after coming out of seclusion for 100 years, the strength of one's body might not increase by much. This was not a lie. There were many examples of people who were unable to make a breakthrough after going into seclusion for 100 years. As such, one could imagine just how difficult it was to raise the strength of a half-emperor expert. Therefore, the necessary division of strength was quietly spread across the entire continent. Above the half-martial emperor realm, every small realm was divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. This division allowed the people of the world to have a new understanding of their own strength. At the same time, their desire for strength was ignited once again. 4 divisions. 4 divisions of strength. It was as if experts of the same cultivation level were forcibly divided into 3 different groups. Even though they were both 8-star half-martial emperors, Ghoulie, a mid-8-star half-martial emperor, was still unable to contend against a late 8-star half-martial emperor. From this, one could understand why Ghoulie felt such a grave expression in his heart after sensing old freak whose aura. To be able to make a mid-8-star half-martial emperor feel grave, old freak whose strength was likely at the very least an late 8-star half-martial emperor. Old freak who merely smiled noncommittally at Ghoulie's sneer. A mocking expression flashed past his eyes. Forcibly breaking through, this was something that he had never mentioned before. The reason why he was willing to fight for Wei Yi today was because his strength had increased in the past month. With the powerful impact of the 3 emperor-level medicinal pellets, his strength had finally increased once again. In the end, he had broken through to the late 8-star half-martial emperor level. Although his strength was still not stable in a short period of time, it was more than enough to block Ghoulie and old freak who, Ghoulie, this old man believes that you should stop worrying about this old man. I'm afraid that your alchemist guild's new high-rank alchemist has already been killed by Wei Yi's all-out attack. A bunch of arrogant hotheads. They thought that they could act without restraint just because they had some strength. They truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today's ending could be considered a wake-up call for their next life. Just as Ghoulie was staring at old freak who with an ice-cold expression, old freak who laughed out loud. He gently stroked his beard with one hand as he looked at Ghoulie with a smile on his face. It was as if he was waiting to see Gu Li's angry expression. Hearing these words, Gu Li's expression changed once again. He had only paid attention to old freak who in front of him and had forgotten about Xiao Yan's matter. At this moment, when he turned around, the expression on his face immediately turned into one of anxiety. His gaze instantly turned and looked in the direction of Xiao Yan. The first thing that entered his eyes was Qi Lin's figure, which was blankly standing in the air. Seeing this, Gu Li's heart was extremely shocked. If something happened to Xiao Yan and Wei Yi used all of his strength, wouldn't his alchemist guild have suffered a double loss today? Not only did he lose the alchemist guild that he had carefully managed for a long time, he had also lost a genius alchemist with even more prospects for development. After this matter, Gu Li would likely tear Wei Yi's body into 10,000 pieces and grind his bones into dust in order to vent the hatred in his heart. In the next instant, as Gu Li's scarlet eyes looked over, the figure of a man, who was not very sturdy, was slowly reflected in Gu Li's eyes. He was wearing a black robe, had a tall and straight figure, and a delicate and handsome face. He was indifferent as he stood there. Within his eyes, there was indifference, and disdain. If that person was not Xiao Yan, who else could it be? Seeing this scene, Gu Li's eyes appeared to be blurry due to his old age. The scarlet color in his eyes swiftly receded like the tide. He gently shook his head and then looked over again. In the next instant, Gu Li's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his heart, he felt incomparably shocked because of the scene in front of his eyes. After old freak who saw Gu Li's shocked expression, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With his understanding of Gu Li, the current expression on Gu Li's face caused him to feel a bit suspicious. When old freak who turned around to look, in merely an instant, old freak who, a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor expert, had the same expression as the other half-martial emperors on the viewing platform. His expression immediately became marvelous. Gu Li saw that Xiao Yan was completely fearless in the face of the enormous blade that towered over the sky. He had merely extended 2 fingers and firmly clamped down on the frightening enormous blade. This might was really shocking. A 1-star half-martial emperor's all-out attack was actually so easily dealt with by Xiao Yan. If this news were to spread, it was likely that it would cause quite a big commotion in the southwest region of the continent. Although a 1-star half-martial emperor couldn't be considered as an absolute expert in the southwest region, he was still a supreme expert that truly stood at the top of the pyramid. However, a 1-star half-martial emperor was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Xiao Yan, a 3-star half-martial emperor. Even though Xiao Yan was a 3-star band D and was stronger than Wei Yi in terms of strength, it was likely that even some 2-star band D would have difficulty blocking this blade of Wei Yi's. Yet, this blade, which was filled with a mighty aura, had been broken by Xiao Yan using 2 fingers. This kind of technique could be considered shocking. In the sky, Xiao Yan's dragon arm slowly disappeared. An arm that was as white and smooth as a baby's skin slowly appeared under the sunlight. His arm was casually placed behind his back and his pair of clear eyes slowly closed. It was as if he was searching for something. At the same time, an invisible energy also repaired Xiao Yan's disappearing sleeve at the same time that Xiao Yan's arm was placed behind his back. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew towards him, causing Xiao Yan's robes to involuntarily flutter in the wind, making a rustling sound. Although all of this appeared to be invisible, it caused the people present to involuntarily feel a surge of hot blood from Xiao Yan's action. They couldn't help but cry out in their hearts, domineering. When a man was in this world, one could suppress the universe with one hand and shake the heavens with one's strength. If one was able to accomplish any one of these, one's journey would not have been in vain. If one was able to pass through it, one's future achievements would definitely not be low. However, today, Xiao Yan had reversed the universe technique. What seemed like a certain death situation was actually a regrettable one. Wei Yi's death today would definitely have a great effect on Xiao Yan. After all, no matter what, before Xiao Yan truly took action, Wei Yi had once again allowed him to sense a trace of the life and death door's aura. Most cultivators would only be able to display their true strength at this kind of moment, stimulating the terrifying potential hidden within their bodies. At the same time, it would also allow their overall strength to advance a step further, allowing them to reverse life and death and find a way to survive. Although that aura was extremely faint and even Xiao Yan was nearly unable to capture it, fortunately, even though it didn't have any great effect, Xiao Yan still felt a trace of palpitation in the depths of his heart. This was already enough for Xiao Yan. As he recalled the strange feeling that had already passed in the depths of his heart, Xiao Yan's heart was unusually calm. It was so much so that everything in the outside world had been forgotten. His entire person seemed to exist in another world. After quite a while, Xiao Yan's lightly shut eyes finally slowly opened. A pair of even brighter eyes slowly swept around the surroundings, as if it was the first time he had come here. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. However, in the blink of an eye, he woke up. Everything in his memories instantly returned to his mind. In the end, Xiao Yan's gaze also slowly landed on the shocked Gu Li's body. Cough cough, I've written a little too much again. My old face is red. Quickly enter the alchemy segment, please add it. Chapter 151. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed an indifferent expression as he looked at Gu Li, who was still in an emotional state. A nearly invisible heavenly flame thread suddenly shot out from his calm eyes and instantly flashed in front of Gu Li's eyes. As for Gu Li, when the thin line flashed by, his entire spirit was instantly shaken. It was as if he had heard the roar of thunder, and he suddenly woke up from his stupor. Yan Xiao, just now, the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier caused Gu Li to become somewhat inarticulate when he spoke. Although he wanted to express himself in his heart, his words were ultimately stuck in his throat. Xiao Yan smiled faintly when he saw this. He naturally understood what Gu Li wanted to express. However, the strength that he had displayed earlier had already surpassed Gu Li's understanding of a 3-star half-martial emperor. If Xiao Yan were to become an 8-star half-martial emperor in the future, it was likely that even with Gu Li's strength, it would be difficult for him to suppress that kind of strength. He might even be suppressed instead. He was merely a 3-star half-martial emperor, yet he possessed a Do skill that was able to forcefully cross levels to fight against a 6-star half-martial emperor. Such strength could already be said to be heaven-defying. However, currently, Xiao Yan, who was already powerful, not only possessed an extremely powerful high-class Do skill, even his physical body was actually this strong. With 2 fingers, he had finished off a 1-star half-martial emperor's all-out attack. Such an achievement was truly frightening. 2 fingers already possessed a strength that was even stronger than a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, if all 10 fingers were to open, just how powerful would that strength be? It was likely that with the current strength of Xiao Yan's physical body, he would be able to kill an advanced 2-star half-martial emperor. Today, Wei Yi's death would definitely become Xiao Yan's stepping stone. It was likely that within a couple of days, the name Yan Xiao would spread throughout the entire southwestern region. On the empty square, Gu Li's voice caused everyone in the square to instantly wake up. There was no need to say anything about those half-martial emperors. Other than shock, there was only shock in their hearts. As for the countless number of spectators in the viewing gallery, they had seen everything that had happened after Wei Yi's golden blade was clamped by Xiao Yan's 2 fingers. At this moment, they had recovered and immediately caused the viewing gallery to become chaotic. Xiao Yan was too lazy to bother about those people in the viewing gallery. As for those half-martial emperors, they did not have the time to bother about them. At this moment, all of their attention was placed on the only focal point in the square, Xiao Yan. I'm sorry, Association Head Gu Li. I accidentally killed the chief alchemist of your alchemist association. However, from the way I see it, this can be considered as removing a hidden danger for the alchemist association. After all, Wei Yi's actions today are against the rules of the alchemist association. Xiao Yan chose to ignore the gazes that shot over from all directions. The corners of his mouth carried a smile as he looked at Gu Li. From the corner of his eyes, he would occasionally sweep his gaze towards old demon who was beside Gu Li. At the same time, Xiao Yan inadvertently saw old demon whose gaze actually sweep past Emodi's body. Immediately, Xiao Yan understood a little in his heart. This old demon who was likely not someone who had been invited by Wei Yi. As this thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart, a smile once again surfaced on the corners of his mouth. His body flashed and he arrived in front of Gu Li. This frightening speed caused old demon Hu to involuntarily reveal a shocked expression on his face. However, it quickly turned into a cold snort. His eyes looked at Xiao Yan with an indescribable expression as his skinny body gradually became illusory. Finally, under Gu Li's probing, he completely left. Xiao Yan also quietly stood in the air, waiting for old demon Hu to leave. As an 8-star half-martial emperor, old demon Hu naturally knew that he did not have the ability to hide his aura in front of Gu Li, whose strength was similar to his. There was no point in playing those little tricks. Yan Xiao, is that move of yours alright? After old demon Hu left, Gu Li involuntarily opened his mouth to ask Xiao Yan in a concerned manner. Xiao Yan also smiled faintly when he heard this. He extended his right hand and clenched it in the air. In an instant, threads of visible natural energy swiftly agglomerated in the air. They transformed into an extremely pure cream-white energy droplet in Xiao Yan's hand. The strength contained within it was sufficient to allow a high-class Dosheng to break through to the next level. Gu Li also understood in his heart when he saw this. However, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was filled with disbelief. Xiao Yan could only gently shrug his shoulders in the face of this. He did not say anything else. Now that Wei Yi was dead, Gu Li would naturally not say anything else. Even though he was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, his actions had already touched the bottom line of the Alchemist Association. After all, Xiao Yan was also a member of their Alchemist Association in name. Hence, even if Xiao Yan did not kill him, Gu Li and Qi Lin would definitely not let him off. Wei Yi's death had always been a great worry in Gu Li and Qi Lin's hearts. Now that Wei Yi had dug his own grave, they were naturally happy to do so. Why would they blame Xiao Yan? Gu Li smiled at Xiao Yan. His body flashed and instantly appeared in the middle of the empty square. A thought passed through his heart and an invisible pressure instantly swept over the entire empty square. The viewing gallery, which was like a wet market a moment ago, suddenly became plain when the pressure spread. At this moment, old devil who had already left the square. Gu Li was naturally the strongest person and the strong could always be the ruler. Everyone, the former chief alchemist of our Alchemist Association had a grudge against our association and intended to betray us. He even wanted to kill a nominal elder of our Alchemist Association. Our Alchemist Association will definitely pursue such a treacherous person to the end. Now that this traitor has already been killed by our Alchemist Association's elder Yan Xiao, I, Gu Li, represent the Alchemist Association to announce that the new chief alchemist will be elder Yan Xiao. When Gu Li's words were spoken, not only were the countless people in the viewing gallery shocked, even Xiao Yan himself was quite shocked by these words. He had actually been appointed as the chief alchemist in such a muddle-headed manner. Gu Li completely ignored the change in Xiao Yan's expression. Instead, he paused for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. From this moment onwards, Elder Yan Xiao will have the same authority as me, Gu Li, and Deputy Association Head Qi Lin in our Alchemist Association. The three of us are on equal footing. Everyone present, if there is anyone who dislikes Elder Yan Xiao, you can come to our Alchemist Association. Our Alchemist Association will naturally have someone to properly entertain you. Towards the end, the thread in Gu Li's words gradually became denser. This caused the expressions of quite a number of half-emperors present to change. The trace of curiosity in their hearts was also swiftly extinguished. When Mod heard Gu Li's words, the gloominess on his face became even denser. In his heart, he also knew that the alchemist grand meeting today could no longer proceed as planned. He could only wait until tomorrow. After viciously glaring at Xiao Yan and Gu Li, Mod kept the pill formula in his hand. He swung his sleeve, snorted coldly and left. This chapter is a little excessive. Therefore, I will create a new chapter. 2 updates today. Chapter 152. In a large hall of the Alchemist Guild, all of the upper echelons of the Alchemist Guild were gathered here. As the new chief alchemist, Xiao Yan was naturally indispensable. As the few of them sat down, Xiao Yan's youthful appearance caused everyone's gazes to involuntarily turn towards Xiao Yan. Of course, more of it was because of Xiao Yan's strength and his current status. The chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. Such a status was not inferior to even Gu Li and Qi Lin. In addition, with the support of the two of them, Xiao Yan's status in the Alchemist Guild was unshakable. After everyone sat down, Gu Li, who was on the main seat, turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan with a smile. He took a sip of the tea in his hand and said with a smile, "Old brother Yan Xiao, I really don't know what you've been doing in the past month. The aura on your body is actually so dense. I'm afraid that it's not the slightest bit inferior to an ordinary 6-star half-emperor." When Gu Li's words spread out, the faces of the various elders present also revealed a shocked expression. Such an outstanding junior caused them, as seniors, to feel a little ashamed in their hearts. At such a young age, not only had he managed to hone his attainments in the field of medicine refinement to such a level, his strength was also extremely powerful. His abilities were so great that even a 6-star half-martial emperor would have no choice but to lower his back and lower his head in apology before him. With all this, how could these old fellows not feel helpless? The various elders looked at each other and saw the helpless expression in each other's eyes. With the arrival of the Great Era, this central world was already the world of the younger generation. It was indeed time for them, the experts of the older generation, to step down and give up their positions to the younger generation. No matter if it was the half-saint brat from the Li family, Xiao Yan, or the even more mysterious pavilion master of the Yunyin Pavilion, the three of them were the true outstanding talents of the southwest region of the continent. They were the true dragons amongst men. Currently, their futures were limitless. In the future, they might even become heroes of an area. This world might even be under their control. Choosing a side before the Great Era. Perhaps, this was also an opportunity for these old fellows to witness, if they were able to establish a good relationship with them, as long as they had the opportunity to rise, their younger generation members would also be able to receive their protection. In this Great Era, they could be considered to have a place for themselves. After hearing Gu Li's words, Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. He did not speak in detail. Seeing this, Gu Li felt that it was not appropriate for him to ask more. Instead, he slowly stood up from his seat and smiled towards Xiao Yan. "Little brother Yan Xiao, the current you is the chief alchemist of our Alchemist Association. You have an extraordinary status. As the president of the association, I sincerely hope that Elder Yan Xiao will be able to win glory for our Alchemist Association." Xiao Yan laughed when he heard these words. Since Gu Li had the intention to help him avoid some unnecessary trouble, he would naturally be more than happy to do so. Currently, all of his thoughts were placed on the matter of refining medicine. He was too lazy to bother about those fellows outside. It would be best if there was one less thing that he could do to avoid trouble. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan immediately nodded and smiled. He also stood up and smiled towards Gu Li. "Don't worry, guild leader. Since I have become the chief alchemist, I will naturally not lower the reputation of my guild. I will definitely do my best in tomorrow's competition." After Xiao Yan said these words, Gu Li also smiled and exchanged glances with Qi Lin. The various elders below the stage also looked at Xiao Yan with smiles on their faces. Their expressions were filled with sighs. Just as Gu Li was about to open his mouth again, a thunderous laughter suddenly sounded from outside the hall, causing the expressions of everyone present to involuntarily change. Their originally smiling faces were replaced by a grave expression at this moment. With their half-martial emperor strength, it was naturally not difficult for them to see that the person's strength had reached the late 7-star half-martial emperor level. Compared to Fang Sun and Wang Qi, who were killed by Xiao Yan, this person was even stronger. Xiao Yan also revealed a puzzled expression as he looked towards the direction of the loud laughter. Could it be that there was truly someone who did not know the meaning of death and wanted to rush into the Alchemist Guild to find him? While everyone was feeling serious because of this, Gu Li and Qi Lin slowly walked to the front of the crowd. They quietly stood there and waited for the arrival of that person. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong?" It has only been a couple dozen years since we last met. Old Gu's strength has already reached the middle 8-star half-martial emperor level. Ha, not bad. Before the person arrived, a bold thunderous laughter was once again transmitted over, causing this enormous alchemist association to tremble unceasingly. After Guli heard those words, he directly rolled his eyes. Compared to the person who had just arrived, his little bit of progress was likely not even a tenth of the other party's. Ha, old Joe, you've finally returned. Merely, I never would have expected your strength to reach such a level in only a couple dozen years. TSK, you're truly a frightening fellow. It seems that you'll soon be able to become an 8-star half-martial emperor, right? That thunderous voice had yet to scatter when Qi Lin followed that person's words and once again emitted a bold laughter. It seemed that Gu Li and Qi Lin were quite familiar with the person who had come. Otherwise, they would not be so casual. However, the meaning behind Qi Lin's words caused Xiao Yan to feel endlessly puzzled. An 8-star half-martial emperor was actually pointing at a 7-star half-martial emperor and saying that his cultivation speed was frightening. This was a bit strange. From his investigation, he could tell that this person's strength was indeed that of a late 7-star half-martial emperor. In that case, how could his cultivation speed be described as frightening? While Xiao Yan was feeling puzzled, a nearly 2-meter-tall bald old man who wore a black gown and had a robust body appeared in the hall. He emitted an unparalleled and overbearing aura from head to toe. Once the old man entered the hall, Xiao Yan immediately felt an invisible oppressive might violently assaulting him and the others. When the various elders present sensed that oppressive might, their bodies involuntarily took a step back. Only then did they manage to forcibly resist that oppressive might. As for Xiao Yan, although that oppressive might was very strong, when it approached his body, Xiao Yan clearly felt that there was an invisible spatial energy on the surface of his body that devoured a portion of that oppressive might. As for the remaining portion of the oppressive might, it was as if it was nothing before Xiao Yan's frightening physical body. When Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this scene, the two of them involuntarily glanced at each other again. However, they both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Others might not know, but how could the two of them not know that this invisible oppressive might was the innate domineering aura of this bald old man? Wherever it went, it would be as if Mount Tai was pressing down on one's head, causing one to be unable to resist it. Unless it was someone with outstanding strength like the two of them, who could use their own strength to completely negate the oppressive might, even experts of the same level as them would have their strength greatly reduced before this bald old man. If it was an ordinary 3-star half-martial emperor, he would likely be even more unbearable than those elders. However, when they saw Xiao Yan's current appearance as if nothing had happened, even the bald old man couldn't help but feel astonished. As if he had seen the confusion on the bald old man's face, Gu Li chuckled. He looked to Xiao Yan and introduced him to the bald old man. This person is. You are Yan Xiao. Just as Gu Li's words left his mouth, the bald old man was a step ahead of him. He directly looked towards Xiao Yan and opened his mouth to ask. Xiao Yan also looked towards the bald old man when he heard this. When their eyes met, Xiao Yan's mind involuntarily shook. The feeling of a Genesis venerate swiftly spread from the depths of his mind. In an instant, Xiao Yan returned to his senses and hurriedly shifted his eyes away. With a solemn expression, he opened his mouth and replied, "That's right. I am Yan Xiao, the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association. May I know who you are?" When he heard Xiao Yan's somewhat unhappy tone, the bald old man laughed out loud. Soon after, his expression turned serious. He ignored Gu Li, who was frowning and looking at him, and took a large step forward. He walked towards the chair opposite Xiao Yan and sat down. Soon after, he grabbed the jade teapot on the table and fiercely drank a mouthful of tea. Only then did he smile towards Xiao Yan and said, "You're asking who this old man is? Ha 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 ha, your current position is the position that this old man sat on 100 years ago. Do you understand what this old man is saying?" After his voice sounded, the bald old man suddenly looked towards Xiao Yan. An invisible light beam suddenly shot out from his overbearing eyes. It was accompanied by a frightening might that could penetrate everything. It instantly tore through space and shot towards Xiao Yan. When he sensed the frightening power contained within the invisible light beam, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. If it was any other time, even if this old man was a 7-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan would still be able to face him head-on. However, at this moment, this attack from the bald old man caused Xiao Yan to feel the most dangerous aura he had ever felt. This attack was clearly formed from extremely pure spiritual strength that was extremely compressed and condensed, before finally erupting. The power contained within it was something that even Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength was unable to contend against. This was also enough to show just how great its strength was. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Xiao Yan's heart to be most shocked was that this bald old man's alchemist tier had likely already reached the 3rd rank. A rank 3 alchemist. This kind of status was likely something that even some genuine elite Do Di would fall head over heels for. An alchemist of this level had already surpassed the category of an elite half-D. An elite half-D was like an empty shell in his eyes. This did not mean that a rank 3 alchemist was very strong. Instead, it was because any rank 3 alchemist would definitely not simply be an alchemist behind them. That was a genuine elite Do Di. Chapter 153. Swoosh. While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked by the bald old man's strength, the terrifying invisible light beam had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan in an instant. In the next moment, it would penetrate through the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's body appeared to be forcefully controlled by an invisible large hand. He was unable to move even a little. All he could do was to watch the invisible light beam attack him. Damn it! This fellow actually used his spiritual strength to forcefully control me. A rank 3 alchemist is really frightening. Ha! Condense for me. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan suddenly emitted an earth-shaking roar. Within the depths of his mind between his eyebrows, a vast and endless terrifying spiritual strength poured out like a surging river at this moment. Immediately, it swiftly condensed in front of Xiao Yan. Before the invisible light beam arrived, it completely transformed into a solid spiritual shield that firmly protected Xiao Yan within it. When the bald old man saw this scene, an indescribable smile was lifted on his fierce-looking old face. A sharp glint instantly flashed across his deep old eyes. At the same time, the spiritual strength that was controlling Xiao Yan's body suddenly scattered at this moment. The invisible light beam that was rushing towards Xiao Yan suddenly soared at this moment. An even more terrifying aura also spread out from it. Bang! A slight bang sound was quietly emitted. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became slightly pale. His steady body also involuntarily took half a step back. Immediately, the spiritual shield that blocked in front of Xiao Yan emitted a slight cracking sound and shattered with a bang. The strength of a rank 3 alchemist was obvious. Hee, brat, you have guts to forcefully receive this attack from this old man. Your character is not bad and you are decisive enough. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. After Xiao Yan was defeated in one move, the bald old man gently shook his head. Clearly, he was not satisfied with Xiao Yan's strength. However, these words sounded extremely ironic in Xiao Yan's ears. You are an old fellow who has lived for an unknown number of years. It is fine if you bully a member of the younger generation, but you actually look down on him. How could Xiao Yan accept this? Elder is indeed extremely powerful. With this level of spiritual strength, I'm afraid that Elder has already stepped into rank 3 alchemist. Xiao Yan softly snorted in his heart. Looking at the bald old man, his eyes narrowed as he softly laughed. This bald old man had clearly expected Xiao Yan's words. He smiled in a noncommittal manner and did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Gu Li and laughed. Old ghost Gu, it looks like you have never mentioned this old man to this brat. Hee, then you should explain to him that this old man is really bullying him in the alchemy Dao. The moment these words of the bald old man were uttered, not only Xiao Yan, but all the elders in the hall also revealed a trace of doubt on their faces. They turned their gazes to Gu Li by the side in unison. Gu Li helplessly sighed when he saw this. He looked at the bald old man and then looked at Xiao Yan. However, for some unknown reason, he laughed out loud. Immediately, his expression turned serious as he opened his mouth and said, "This is the chief alchemist of our Alchemist Association 100 years ago, Elder Zhou Tai." After his words sounded out, Guli shut his mouth and did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the row of elders. As a new member of the younger generation, it was natural that Xiao Yan did not know about him. However, at this moment, the various elders in the hall were extremely familiar with this name. Although they had not personally met Zhou Tai because they were new members of the Elder Council, they were still clearly aware of this legend called Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai was merely an ordinary alchemist 100 years ago. His strength was merely a dosheng. Of course, if one really wanted to talk about it, it was only because he was too lazy to train. As for his alchemy skills, although he was from the younger generation, Zhou Tai's achievements in alchemy at that time were not inferior to those who had studied alchemy for a long time. He was not even 100 years old, but his alchemy skills had already reached the 9th tier. He possessed an overwhelming advantage among the younger generation. His frightening talent had even attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the Pill Tower. From this, one could tell just how frightening Zhou Tai's talent was. Unfortunately, Zhou Tai, who had always yearned for the centralized world, did not train after his strength had reached the level of a 1-star band D. His alchemy skills were also stuck at the level of a Tier 9 high-grade alchemist, unable to break through even after a long time. However, all of this was because he was too lazy to train. This reason caused quite a number of people to feel extremely helpless at that time. At that time, Guli and Qilin's strength had already reached the level of a 5-star band D. This was also a part of the reason why Guli was able to become the current chief of the Pill Tower Association. However, this world did not remain the same. Life and death were determined by fate. Riches and honor were determined by the heavens. In this world, all of these existed in name only. The frightening talent of Zhou Tai would inevitably cause danger to the people behind him. The people closest to him had been harmed by his enemies because of this. From then on, Zhou Tai seemed to have become a completely different person overnight. His frightening training talent finally began to reveal itself. In merely a couple of years, his strength had soared and reached the level of a 6-star band D. At that time, Guli and Qilin had only just broken through. Of course, together with his strength, his alchemy skills had also reached the point of perfection. In a couple of years, he had broken through to the level of a high-grade alchemist. Moreover, in the following couple of years, he had rapidly risen to the level of a rank 2 alchemist with an unimaginably frightening speed. At this time, there was no need for him to personally do anything. His enemies had already been massacred. 100 years ago, Zhou Tai had resigned from his position as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild and left the Alchemist Guild. A month later, news had already spread from some of the surrounding large cities. At that time, Zhou Tai had already become a rank 3 alchemist. Such frightening training speed had actually only taken him a couple of decades. Ever since he had left, there had not been any news about him from the southwestern region. It was likely that he had merely gone on a scenic tour in the past 100 years, bullying Xiao Yan. There was no way he could say such words. After saying those words, Zhou Tai coldly glanced at Xiao Yan. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile, but he did not say anything else. Since that is the case, why don't we compare our strength? No matter how one put it, Xiao Yan had really come to blows with this person who had defied the heavens in the past today. Zhou Tai had his frightening training speed, but Xiao Yan had also relied on life and death battles to obtain his current strength. If Zhou Tai rejected him with a cold laugh, wouldn't that be looking down on him a little too much? Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when he ignored Zhou Tai's somewhat surprised gaze. He clenched his hand in the air and a frightening suction force spread out from his palm, causing a wave of cold wind to blow in the hall for no reason. Oh. Are you planning to use that Do technique of yours that allows you to fight across classes? However, how many chances do you think you will have to use it in front of me? That Do technique of yours requires quite a long time to be used. Zhou Tai merely laughed softly in the face of Xiao Yan's action. His body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in an instant. His hand pushed forward and slammed down on Xiao Yan's hand. Bang! The expression on Zhou Tai's face instantly solidified with a bang. The expression in his eyes was somewhat startled as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was slowly disappearing in front of him. A shocked expression repeatedly flashed deep within his eyes. Xiao Yan, who appeared to be alive and moving in front of him, was actually just an afterimage. In the next instant, the space behind Zhou Tai instantly became distorted. A wormhole that could barely accommodate one person appeared behind Zhou Tai. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also appeared behind Zhou Tai. A white hand also gently pressed against Zhou Tai's back. Bang! A loud bang sounded and Zhou Tai's body was sent flying by Xiao Yan's palm. The tea table in front of him was instantly shattered into pieces. At this moment, everyone in the great hall instantly fell silent. It was a little rushed. It should not have been so simple. I hope you can understand. I am indeed a little tired today. I am already trying my best to write. Please recommend me. Please add me to your collection. Chapter 154. Everyone in the hall was startled as they watched everything that had happened. Zhou Tai, who was still in an overbearing manner a moment ago, was actually sent flying by Xiao Yan with a single palm strike. A dignified advanced 7-star half-martial emperor expert was actually sent flying by a single palm strike from a 3-star half-martial emperor. If news of this were to spread, Zhou Tai's reputation as a high-class half-martial emperor would likely become a joke. However, while the other people in the hall were still shocked by Xiao Yan's palm strike, Zhou Tai suddenly turned his head around. His pair of deep eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. The shock deep within his eyes was indescribable. Although Zhou Tai's strength was merely that of a 7-star bandit, his alchemist skills had already stepped into the 3rd rank. The level that he had come into contact with was that of a genuine elite Do Di. Hence, he was clearly aware of some things that an ordinary person did not know. When Xiao Yan's afterimage disappeared, Zhou Tai clearly sensed that there was an undetectable energy swiftly gathering in the space behind him. It was also this energy that allowed Xiao Yan to quietly appear behind him. According to his knowledge, that mysterious energy was an extremely pure form of spatial energy. When he looked at this moment, he saw that under the encirclement of Zhou Tai's frightening spiritual strength, a layer of faint spatial energy was surrounding Xiao Yan's body, protecting him within it. The natural energy within this space was also slowly being devoured. Xiao Yan's strength was also slowly increasing as it was devoured bit by bit. Although it was slow, Zhou Tai discovered that at the same time that Xiao Yan's strength was increasing, the spatial energy that was protecting Xiao Yan was also increasing at an extremely slow pace. It was likely that this spatial energy would become a great help to Xiao Yan in the future. However, compared to this, what caused Zhou Tai's expression to change the most was Xiao Yan's control over the spatial energy. That kind of control was not purely based on external control. Instead, it was a perfect control from the inside out. Although Xiao Yan's current strength was insufficient and it was quite difficult to control it, if he was able to use this unexpected move in a battle, it might become the key to overturning the entire battle situation. This spatial energy has actually already merged into his body. Then, this layer of protective shield that he emitted, doesn't that mean, could it be that he has already comprehended, the aura of the Void Tao? No matter who it was, the Void Tao was one of the most terrifying forces in the world. It was the true power of the world. If an ordinary half-step emperor could control the world for his own use, then an expert who had comprehended the Void Tao could be said to be the ruler of the world. All experts that had comprehended the Grand Tao of Void were capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth with a single thought. So long as they thought about it, then no matter what the heavens and the earth were, everything would be obliterated with a single thought and transformed into chaotic nothingness. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the great Tao energy was. At that time, even the world would be under one's control, and one would be able to do as one pleased. Only then would one be able to be called a true miracle of the world. Of course, no matter what, everything in this world depended on strength. It wasn't impossible to destroy the Grand Tao. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, not to mention the energy of the Grand Tao, even the might of the heavens would be able to withstand it. Zhou Tai's eyes narrowed slightly. His deep gaze was both fierce and overbearing, causing others to feel fear in their hearts. However, at this moment, his gaze was staring at Xiao Yan as if he wanted to use all his strength to see through him completely. However, in the end, he was still unable to see through him. Humph. Kid, you have some ability. You barely pass. However, remember that my Alchemist Association does not accept mediocre people. If you lose in this Alchemist Grand Meeting, I will definitely not let you off easily. Xiao Yan's impeccable defense caused Zhou Tai to feel rather helpless in his heart. He curled his lips, thought for a moment, and then snorted softly and spoke unyieldingly. On the other hand, Xiao Yan laughed softly when he heard this. He similarly curled his lips and then raised his eyes to look at Zhou Tai and smiled. If you don't accept mediocre people, then why did you accept a disloyal and unjust person like Wei Yi? Wouldn't you be shooting yourself in the foot? Cough cough, the tea that he had yet to swallow was instantly spat out. The lustrous jade cup in Zhou Tai's hand also exploded because of the excitement in his heart. Clearly, he was greatly agitated by Xiao Yan's words. On the other side, Gu Li's old face instantly turned red from Xiao Yan's words. If one wanted to talk about this matter with Wei Yi, one could only blame him. Who asked him to give the position of the chief alchemist to Wei Yi without investigating? Cough cough, alright, let's leave it at that. Today, Brother Yan Xiao is the new chief alchemist. He must be tired. Everyone still has their own matters to attend to. Let's leave. Finally, this somewhat awkward deadlock was broken by Gu Li. Gu Li was indeed worthy of the position of chairman. With a single sentence, all the elders present withdrew one after another. After which, Gu Li turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan and said with a smile, Elder Yan Xiao, you have also taken action quite a bit today. In addition to the exhaustion from earlier, it is likely that you are also a little tired. It is also not easy for the three of us to gather together. Before Gu Li's words sounded, Xiao Yan clearly understood the meaning within. He smiled. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily revealed a trace of exhaustion. After which, he did not say anything else. His body moved and he left the Alchemist Association. However, he did not head in the direction of the inn. Instead, he flew towards the west of the savage ancient city. At the same time that Xiao Yan left the Alchemist Association, a human figure whose entire body was wrapped in a large black robe on a certain pavilion emitted a cold laugh and swiftly followed. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure slowly landed in front of a dilapidated house. A respectful expression involuntarily flashed onto his originally cold face at this moment. This place was surprisingly the place where old Luo lived in seclusion. As usual, this place was incomparably quiet. Of course, Li Kang's contribution was also largely due to this. If it was not because old Luo had acted to demonstrate his strength back then, it was likely that there would be people seeking old Luo's help even though it was already close to midnight. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was quite excited. Although the waves of weakness that were transmitted from his body caused him to feel a little giddy, the 1 month that he had bitterly waited in his heart had finally passed. The seriously injured heavy Xian ruler could finally see the light of day again today. Xiao Yan forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He slowly walked to the front of the small courtyard and once again looked at the door that had given him hope 1 month ago. He involuntarily smiled and stepped through the door. Everything was still the same as it had been 1 month ago after entering the small courtyard. The huge pit that had been smashed by an 8-star Dosheng back then had completely disappeared. It was as though this matter had never happened. Xiao Yan remained unmoved in the face of this. Old Luo's strength caused even Gu Yu to feel incomparably grave. This little trick was not surprising. When one's cultivation had reached the level of a true expert, only then would one understand that this world was merely a small piece of land. Everything in the world was just like that. Many things that could be considered as peerless treasures in the eyes of ordinary people could be easily obtained in their hands. From this, one could tell that the current level that Xiao Yan had reached was merely so. The reason why old Luo was still pursuing the path of weapon refinement was merely because of his personal interest. Otherwise, given his strength, it was likely that he would be able to easily obtain most of the refining materials in the world. Xiao Yan stood respectfully in the small courtyard. Immediately, he bowed toward the inner academy and said, "Brother Xiao Yan, I have been waiting for a long time. Old Luo, this little one, Yan Xiao, has come to retrieve this junior's heavy Xian ruler." His voice sounded, but old Luo's voice did not appear from within the inner courtyard. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily frown. His heart began to feel a little worried. However, just as he was frowning, a somewhat impatient old voice was emitted from the inner academy in a soft and gentle manner. "It is fine that you have come. Why is there a need for so many formalities? Come in." Xiao Yan involuntarily muttered in his heart upon hearing these words. Who within this savage ancient city did not know about old Luo's temper? Without his permission, even those 8-star ban emperors, who were usually high and mighty, would not dare to step into this inner courtyard of his. How would Xiao Yan, who was only a 3-star ban emperor, dare to randomly enter this inner courtyard? Although Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little worried in his heart, the worry in his heart was, at the very least, unnecessary. In this way, Xiao Yan was relieved. Moreover, he was able to step into the only place in this savage ancient city that no one could enter. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little excited in his heart. Xiao Yan stepped into the inner courtyard. Indeed, compared to the front courtyard, this place was the pinnacle of the human world. The two courtyards that were next to each other could be said to be two different worlds. However, this was indeed the case. The instant he stepped into this inner courtyard, Xiao Yan instantly felt an extremely overbearing power sweep past his body. Immediately, all of Xiao Yan's secrets were exposed under that frightening power. When that power swept past Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan's heart also instantly rose to his throat. He could clearly sense that the investigation this time around was not an ordinary investigation of aura. That feeling was as though he was being peeled off layer by layer. Even the appearance of his bones was completely exposed to the other party's eyes. Fortunately, that was all. With Gu Yu, who could also be called an ancient antique, within his body, even if old Luo was incomparably powerful, it would be a little too wishful thinking for him to break through Gu Yu's protective aura. However, compared to the relief in Xiao Yan's heart, old Luo's gently shut eyes in front of a small wooden house deep within the inner courtyard suddenly opened at this moment. Although he did not know the reason why he was unable to discover anything during his earlier probing, this point also proved that Xiao Yan's secret had already been completely investigated by him. At this moment, however, his mind was not on this matter. Instead, it was on the secret that Xiao Yan had buried deep within his body. At that moment earlier, he had clearly seen that all of the bones within Xiao Yan's body were purple gold in color. Moreover, under the purple gold light, some mysterious lines had vaguely appeared on the bones within Xiao Yan's body. These mysterious lines had connected all of Xiao Yan's bones together. This point caused one to feel that these bones were incomparably mysterious. This was the thing that caused old Luo to feel the most surprised. Everyone knew that the bones within the body of a successful practitioner would undergo a transformation. It was just like the Dosheng arm that Xiao Yan had obtained back then. It was crystal clear. The formation of this point was akin to removing all of the impurities within a practitioner's body. It would extract the essence and remove the impurities. This was even more so for an ordinary bandit. Today, however, Xiao Yan's bones were different from an ordinary person's bones. Although they appeared similarly lustrous and crystal clear, this strange purple gold light was something that one could not understand. An ordinary person would become more lustrous the more they trained. Why did it become like this when it came to Xiao Yan? However, after old Luo's careful investigation, he finally saw that the mysterious lines on Xiao Yan's bones seemed to have faintly pieced together to form a picture. After seeing the thing on the picture, old Luo's originally uncertain face finally became completely shocked at this moment. The picture that had been pieced together was actually a real purple gold divine dragon. While old Luo was looking at it, the purple gold divine dragon on the picture also seemed to have sensed old Luo's gaze. The picture, which originally appeared to be a dead object, instantly began to move on the spot at this moment. It widened its large mouth and emitted a soundless dragon roar toward old Luo. Although the dragon roar did not enter the ears of others, old Luo could clearly hear it. Immediately, old Luo's mind, which was surrounding Xiao Yan, seemed to have been beaten back to its original state as it instantly withdrew. At the same time that the mysterious strength withdrew in an instant, Xiao Yan had also stepped into the inner academy. However, he was unaware that the true ultimate expert deep within the inner academy had traces of blood seeping out from Shuang Er's hands at this moment. Her originally sleek red face had also turned pale at that instant. However, the instant that the soundless dragon roar was emitted, an old man wearing a purple gold robe in a mysterious large hall tens of thousands of kilometers away appeared to have sensed something at this moment. He suddenly opened both of his eyes. A pair of old eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, also carried a rich surprise at this moment. He instantly looked towards the border of the continent, the southwestern region. That place seems to be the southwestern region of the continent. However, the dragon roar just now, could it be? Hiss, it doesn't seem like it, but, ugh, forget it. Since you have already sensed it, my clan will also send people to search for it. After his voice sounded, the figure of this old man also slowly disappeared from this large hall. Correspondingly, in the other two mysterious realms, two old men, who were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, also used strange gazes to look in the direction where Xiao Yan was currently located. After the former sensed the dragon roar, the expression on his face involuntarily became a little ugly. However, in the end, he helplessly shook his head and gave up on the thought in his heart. As for the latter, after frowning and pondering for a moment, he finally shook his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. However, this was not the end. A long while after this dragon roar was emitted, in a similarly mysterious purple gold realm, a gentle and beautiful figure was seated cross-legged in the empty space in an even more distant place that had already surpassed the restrictions of the continent. Around her, wisps of purple gold dragon aura also transformed into a real dragon as she inhaled and exhaled, surging into this woman's body. The woman was wearing purple gold skin-tight clothes. There were also grain-sized purple gold dragon scales on it, protecting her entire body under these dragon scales. Although these dragon scales appeared ordinary, there was an extremely mysterious and vast strength on them. It was this strength that perfectly protected the woman. The strength of that strength was likely something that even the full-force attack of a 9-star Do Sheng would be nothing in front of it. From this, one could tell just how frightening the defensive strength of these dragon scales was. At this moment, under the contrast of the tight-fitting clothes, the woman's beautiful figure was fully displayed. Her smooth purple gold hair was scattered all the way to her waist. It caused one's eyes to inadvertently notice her narrow waist that could not even be hugged. Above her waist, the purple gold skin-tight clothes completely displayed the perfect curves of the woman's stunning figure. This woman was clearly an absolute beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. However, a long while after the dragon roar was emitted, the gentle and beautiful body of the lady, who was in the midst of training, suddenly trembled. Immediately, her pair of intelligent pretty eyes instantly looked towards a certain direction in the empty space. The expression on her face was filled with worry. However, in the end, the woman did not do anything unnecessary. At this moment, if she really wanted to help that person, she could only work hard in her training. Only by doing so would she be able to help him to the best of her ability. Otherwise, regardless of how worried she was, it would all be in vain. The woman ceased hesitating after this thought flashed across her heart. She tried her best to calm the emotions in her heart, allowing herself to quickly enter her training and work even harder to raise her strength. Chapter 155. Xiao Yan glanced around after stepping into the inner academy. He was involuntarily shaken by the scenery in front of him. This inner academy was just like an endless mountain range. Immediately, Xiao Yan knew that this so-called inner academy was likely a huge test that old Luo had set for him. However, as the victim, Xiao Yan was completely unaware of just what kind of medicine was being sold in this almighty elder's gourd. The lush green mountain forest covered the entire mountain range. The dense forest caused Xiao Yan to feel that this place was just like an iron wall that completely blocked his path. There was no way to find it. If old Luo did not take the initiative to appear in this place, it was likely that even though Xiao Yan was a 3-star half-emperor, it would be extremely difficult for him to find old Luo. From this, it was not difficult to imagine just how vast this inner academy of old Luo was. Of course, Xiao Yan, who was on the Doqi continent, was naturally able to create a world of his own. Xiao Yan was even able to create a space that was tens of thousands of miles wide. However, the creation of this space today caused him to have no choice but to admire it. Due to the difference in the density of the space between the two continents, even with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was still somewhat difficult for him to create a space that belonged to him on the Yuanwu continent. Back then, Xiao Yan had spent quite a lot of effort in order to create a small space to store items. He was naturally extremely clear about the difficulty involved. Moreover, Xiao Yan, who possessed the heavenly tomb, was currently unable to open it. One could just imagine the difficulty involved. However, the more this was the case, the more shocked Xiao Yan felt by old Luo's strength when he saw the great effort that old Luo had made at this moment. Such a vast space was merely within the grasp of old Luo's thoughts. This was really the creation of a remarkable ability. Creating the world within one's palm. Old Luo's strength was really frightening. Although this was what Xiao Yan thought in his heart, if he had seen just who old Luo was injured for a moment ago, it was likely that he would doubt himself in his heart. Xiao Yan casually swept his gaze across the vast land. Although the sky was vast, he understood that this was Elder Luo's territory. Naturally, he could not fly, therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who said that he couldn't find Elder Luo? Since Elder Luo had already left a path, there was no need for him to waste his energy. Elder Luo, this junior thanks you in advance. Chuckling in his heart, Xiao Yan no longer procrastinated. He took the lead and walked towards the vast wall in front of him. As he walked closer, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in admiration in his heart as he looked at the ancient tree that was as tall as a mountain. He extended his hand and slowly placed it on the rough tree trunk. With a thought in his heart, his spiritual strength followed the arm that was placed on the tree trunk and entered the ancient tree. Streams of thoughts also merged into it. Suddenly, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed slightly. He instantly withdrew his hand that was placed on the tree trunk. His feet involuntarily took a few steps back, and his eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. Under Xiao Yan's probing, this vast and boundless stretch of towering ancient trees were all extremely rare spiritual trees. Although Xiao Yan was unable to clearly identify the name of these ancient trees with his experience, logically speaking, they should be able to be controlled by someone. However, looking at the current situation, this spirit tree, the most incomprehensible and mysterious type of tree in the world. Spirit tree was different from ordinary plants. Spirit tree had a spirit, and with a spirit, it also had a soul. With a soul, it could be similar to an ordinary magical beast. They were an even more unique type of magical beast. In fact, the stronger ones among them were even able to transform into a human form like some high-ranked magical beasts and exist in the world. An ordinary person would not be able to recognize them. There were extremely few spirit trees in the world. Even if there were, they were basically spirit trees that had transformed. Most of them existed in the world. Although they were magical beasts, they were more kind and gentle than some cruel humans. Of course, not all spirit trees were kind. For example, some evil trees were corroded by the environment. Although they were also spirit trees, they were incomparably cruel and bloodthirsty. This was especially so after they had transformed. They would hide very well and would specially secretly kill some powerful experts, devouring their physical bodies and qi to strengthen themselves. However, the result of doing so was usually not good. All of them died from the impact of some kind of remnant qi in their bodies due to their unstable state of mind. Actually, they were merely digging their own graves, therefore, not all things in the world were the same. There were countless scum among humans, and not all magical beasts were bloodthirsty. Take this spirit tree for example. If not for the influence of the environment, it would not have taken pleasure in killing. Moreover, the ancient void dragon tribe, the strongest in the magical beast world, was so tyrannical. However, who had ever seen them kill for no reason? It was all because of this whirling world. All the disturbance was just a desire in one's heart, while Xiao Yan was feeling doubtful in his heart. Old Luo, who was in the depths of the mountain forest, revealed a mocking smile on his slightly pale old face. "Hey, you brat! You have injured me earlier. How can I let you enter so easily? Treat this ginseng tree as my return gift." Old Luo's voice had just sounded when a thought flashed across his heart. The endless number of ginseng spiritual trees appeared to have received some kind of order. Their large bodies suddenly shook. However, they immediately became quiet. All they did was quietly wait for Xiao Yan's arrival. Of course, this scene also caused the few ginseng trees in front of Xiao Yan to tremble a little. However, the difference was that the ground around these ginseng trees that were extremely close to Xiao Yan also began to tremble at the same time. It was as though there was something frightening about to break out of the ground from deep within the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression finally became ugly. Although these ginseng trees appeared ordinary, the strength that they possessed was naturally unimaginable since they were able to exist in the world of an expert like old Luo. At the very least, with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was likely that he would not be able to receive a casual attack from them. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to retreat, the few giant gods in front of him did not have any intention of letting him go. Bang! With a bang, the ground within 100 feet of Xiao Yan suddenly exploded. Many tree roots that were as thick as Xiao Yan's thigh suddenly broke out from the ground. They carried a frightening do qi that could instantly kill a half-emperor expert as they enveloped Xiao Yan. In merely an instant, these countless intertwined tree roots had already turned into a cage that sealed Xiao Yan within. He was unable to advance or retreat. At this moment, Xiao Yan was just like a bird that had been trapped in a cage. In the face of such a powerful existence, even his breathing felt unusually stifling. Let's split it into 2 chapters. One chapter is too long. The next chapter will quickly end and we will move on to another section. Recently, I have been a little stuck in my writing. Coupled with the fact that I have advanced stage laziness, it is indeed a little troublesome. However, I will do my best to suppress it. Additionally, I am still able to keep up with the progress regarding the pill refinement section. I will try my best to enter the pill refinement section within a week. I also hope that everyone will encourage and support me. Finally, of course, I still request for your collection. Please recommend me. Please comment. Chapter 156. At the edge of the world that resembled a mystic realm, 3 gigantic creatures with twisted bodies were gathered together. Between them, there was a cage formed by tens of thousands of roots. A black-robed human figure was solemnly looking at the intertwined roots in front of him. The spirit tree is really not simple. Back then on the Dochi continent, I had only heard of its name but had never seen it before. Now that I have seen it, it is unexpected that the spirit tree is actually this strong. No wonder it does not exist on the Dochi continent. Such a strong spirit tree also caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely shocked in his heart. While he was praising it in his heart, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. This method of old Luo was really a little ruthless. With Xiao Yan's strength, how could he fight with this spirit tree? Was he not seeking his own death? However, this action of old Luo also caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. This smelly old man was already so old that only his bones were left. Where did his temper come from? Xiao Yan cursed in his heart. However, the situation in front of him was real. What could he do even if he cursed old Luo? These 3 giant gods were not to be trifled with. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at these 3 ancient trees through the gap between the roots. A helpless expression once again surfaced on his face. Adding the waves of giddiness that were emitted from deep within his soul, he was too lazy to bother about these fellows. He sat down on the ground, crossed his legs, and entered into a training state. He began to slowly recover. At this moment, old Luo, who was deep within the mountain forest, appeared to have seen all of this with his eyes. He sensed the somewhat weak aura within Xiao Yan's body and roughly understood a little in his heart. Immediately, he once again smiled and muttered softly in his mouth. "Smelly brat, you are still acting shamelessly. Since you have come, I will naturally not let you stop. Otherwise, who will compensate for the loss that I have suffered?" Therefore, in the next instant, the body of Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of training, suddenly shook. A wave of pure and majestic natural energy suddenly appeared within the vortex within his body. Immediately, an aura that shot to the sky suddenly spread from Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into a wild and violent Do-Chi storm that instantly swept apart. However, the terrifying storm that could normally destroy a part of the world was like a gentle breeze in front of these spiritual trees at this moment. It did not cause the slightest ripple. At the same time, a brilliant Do-Chi light pillar shot out from Xiao Yan's body. It soared with the wind and transformed into a 1,000 feet wide Do-Chi light pillar. A couple of breaths later, it suddenly tore through the restraints of the cage and shot to the sky with an aura that was like a rainbow. Xiao Yan's aura, which was still slightly weak a moment ago, had completely recovered to its peak at this moment. In fact, it was many times stronger than before. Although he had not made a breakthrough, Xiao Yan's middle stage 3-star half-martial emperor's strength had completely stabilized at this moment. Faintly, he was about to touch the barrier of the late stage 3-star half-martial emperor. It was likely that he only needed to wait for an opportunity to make a breakthrough in one go. Compared to the future, the current Xiao Yan was even more confident. Even if he were to encounter an expert of the late stage 7-star half-martial emperor level, he would be completely fearless. He would even be able to kill them with a single attack with his full strength. To Xiao Yan, this move of old Luo's was truly like an auspicious sign from the heavens. After this, Xiao Yan's strength would definitely become even stronger. It was also only because of this that Xiao Yan would have even more hope for the journey to the western region. After all, the 4 great sects were not pushovers. Xiao Yan once again thanked old Luo in his heart. However, he also understood that old Luo's actions were not intended to increase Xiao Yan's strength. After all, on the path of cultivation, one could not blindly rely on external forces. Stubbornly clinging to one's own course would only produce the opposite result. However, fortunately, the principle of gradual improvement was something that Xiao Yan, who had experienced a series of major events, clearly understood. It was also because of this that he understood, more than ordinary people, how difficult it was to obtain true strength. At the same time that his strength had recovered to its peak, the faint feeling of dizziness in Xiao Yan's mind was instantly wiped away. What remained was only a feeling of fullness. His body shook once again. His body, which did not appear to be very well built, rose into the air. The tip of his foot gently pressed against the empty air. As for Xiao Yan's body, it instantly disappeared. Ha! Congealing fire finger. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's body flew around the 3 spirit trees in a seemingly illusory manner in the sky. The Do-Chi in his body followed his Chi paths and flowed within Xiao Yan's body. Finally, it completely agglomerated on the thumb of Xiao Yan's right hand. The extremely pure Do-Chi had completely turned into a substance under the rapid agglomeration. The frightening strength contained within it had once again soared. If it were to erupt in one blow, its strength would likely be comparable to a Tian-class Do technique. Soon after, a puff sound appeared from Xiao Yan's palm. A brilliant, heavenly flame appeared out of nowhere. A frighteningly high temperature also spread out, causing the entire place to become dry and hot in an instant. Even the thick tree trunks of these 3 ancient trees involuntarily trembled under the frightening strength of this heavenly flame. The restraining effect of the flame on the spirit trees was also completely revealed at this moment. The expression on Xiao Yan's face still did not dare to relax even a little when he saw this. After all, his strength was displayed here. Even if he possessed a heavenly flame, it was likely that he would have difficulty even protecting himself if these 3 big fellows were to really fight. However, the arrow was already notched on the bow and had no choice but to be released. In any case, he was unable to avoid a big battle with these three fellows. However, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to strike first and gain the upper hand. He would use a thunderous method to suppress them before charging into the deep regions of the mountain forest. Perhaps this was the only way that he would have a chance. Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. When this thought flashed across his heart, his body instantly swelled with the wind. In less than an instant, he had already transformed into a huge golden god. Every breath he took caused a Do-Chi tornado to pour out from the empty space. At the same time, the congealing fire finger between his fingers suddenly struck out, shattering the empty space with a single strike. A vast and boundless frightening storm also swept out at the same time. In the next moment, a huge cluster of fire, which was like a planet descending from the heavens, violently smashed downwards, smashing towards the three ancient trees with an overwhelming might. As spirit trees, they already possessed some spirituality when they were born. Needless to say, these ancient trees that had existed for an unknown number of years were even more so. At this moment, after sensing the frightening might of Xiao Yan's finger, the space around the three ancient trees was involuntarily filled with an invisible pressure, revealing the thoughts in their hearts. The aura of the heavenly flame on the cluster of fire caused them to feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, however, the gap in their strength was a gap that the current Xiao Yan was unable to cross no matter what he did. As they sensed the increasingly approaching cluster of towering fire, the three ancient trees seemed to have made an agreement. Numerous tree roots, which were hundreds of feet wide, continuously surfaced from the ground in front of them. They continued to agglomerate in the empty space above the three ancient trees. Finally, they transformed into an even larger dark green sphere. It was just like another planet that charged toward the enormous cluster of fire descending from the sky. The expected explosion did not occur when the two made contact. Instead, the even larger dark green sphere was instantly smashed by the cluster of fire, creating an enormous hole. The cluster of fire seemed to have been embedded into it. It merged with it and continued to incinerate the countless number of tree roots. A frighteningly high temperature continued to spread. The originally dark green sphere had become just like a piece of wood that had been completely burnt. It was bright red. When Xiao Yan saw this scene, his originally frowning eyebrows became even deeper. Given the strength of these three ancient trees, it would not be so easy for him to suppress them if they were to join forces. Even though Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame that had an extremely powerful restraining ability against the wood attribute, how could the current Xiao Yan not know that the seemingly incomparably powerful heavenly flame in his hands was actually just one of the essences of his actual body? It was a little too whimsical to think that he could suppress these old fellows that had lived for an unknown number of years. The scene in front of him was clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. The seemingly powerful wood-root planet was unable to resist Xiao Yan's heavenly flame at this moment. This point caused one to be extremely surprised. While Xiao Yan was still feeling puzzled in his heart, the wood-root planet, which was almost completely incinerated, suddenly flashed with a dazzling green light. A majestic life force swiftly spread from within. Xiao Yan's expression also became completely solemn. A wildfire could not burn it down, but it would grow again when the spring breeze blew. The dazzling green light was even more dazzling in the dark night. As the green light became denser, it had invisibly turned into a jade green color. However, the life force within it was even stronger than before. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew past. A strong fragrance of vanilla also spread and blew onto Xiao Yan's face. The rich fragrance of vanilla caused Xiao Yan's blood to churn. Fortunately, under the suppression of Xiao Yan's aura, it was not a big problem. However, before Xiao Yan could completely relax in his heart, in the depths of Xiao Yan's mind, a wisp of grayish-black aura that was difficult to detect quietly entered his soul origin. It slowly made contact with Xiao Yan's soul origin. However, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was extraordinary. Although the grayish-black aura was extremely dim, it had already been firmly locked onto by Xiao Yan's terrifying spiritual strength. However, when Xiao Yan took it down, he was also extremely shocked in his heart. This little thing was actually able to break through his external defense and quietly enter the depths of his soul origin. This thing was really frightening. When Xiao Yan's terrifying spiritual strength wrapped around it, a heavenly flame in his body had already surged into Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. The brilliant, heavenly flame shook its body and transformed into a mighty and overbearing flame dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed the grayish-black aura. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank a little. He did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable little thing would actually be so difficult to deal with. Under the terrifying burning of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, this wisp of grayish-black aura was actually completely unaffected. The originally dim aura was still lively as it floated in Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. It appeared as though it was not afraid of anything. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to become even more solemn. Feeling helpless, Xiao Yan could only sigh softly in his heart. A thought was emitted from his heart. Soon after, an extremely tiny wisp of dense white flame suddenly appeared within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. An aura that could not be detected also spread with it. The expression on Xiao Yan's face relaxed following the appearance of this wisp of dense white flame. His heart also sighed in relief. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness surged toward the wisp of dense white flame like a yellow river. With Gu Yu's control, Xiao Yan easily controlled this wisp of bone-chilling flame. His spiritual strength directed the bone-chilling flame to surge into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, it once again wrapped around the grayish-black aura. With the addition of the bone-chilling flame, the wisp of grayish-black aura, which was indifferent a moment ago, involuntarily emitted waves of slight, chi-chi sounds at this moment. The originally dim glow finally became increasingly weak. Immediately, it emitted a soft, chi sound before turning into nothingness and completely disappeared from Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness, at the same time that the wisp of bone-chilling flame appeared within Xiao Yan's body. Old Luo's expression involuntarily changed once again from deep within the mountain forest. A pair of turbid old eyes instantly looked in the direction where Xiao Yan was located. Unfortunately, although his strength was exceedingly great and he was able to cross the 5,000-kilometer mountain forest to see Xiao Yan, he could vaguely sense an extremely mysterious aura surrounding Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Even he was unable to break through the protection of that strength. Naturally, he was unable to find out about everything within Xiao Yan's body. There is actually someone who has set up a restriction around him. Just what kind of terrifying fellow has this brat met? This strength is likely far greater than the old me. As he sensed the nearly undetectable aura around Xiao Yan's body, old Luo's heart was extremely shocked. A brat who had just arrived in a different world had actually managed to obtain the favor of such a person. Just what kind of shocking secret was on Xiao Yan's body? Unfortunately, although old Luo was an old antique who had lived for many years, he could only sigh in his heart when faced with Xiao Yan today. He did not think too much about it. However, old Luo's gaze turned once again. A bright color flashed across his turbid old eyes. Although he was still unable to investigate Xiao Yan's true background, old Luo was extremely certain about another matter that had happened to Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Just a moment ago, an extremely pure, heavenly flame aura had flashed across Xiao Yan's body. The aura that old Luo was searching for was here.